Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. My name is Oldřich Pernický and I will be the host of today's conference. Just a small check. If you hear me, please raise your hand. Great, I can see you can hear me. So good morning again to everybody, to our listeners and viewers on YouTube. And let me welcome you on behalf of TCIM, ITCM, Institute for Traditional and Complementary Medicine, and its director, Mr. Tomáš Pfeiffer, here on this room 3 presentation hall. So, since we have many lectures today or presentations, and the first today to start is Professor Suresh Swarnapuri and his presentation Management of Lifestyle Disorders in Ayurveda. Let me ask Dr. Professor Suresh Swarnapuri to start his presentation now.
Good morning, everybody, and Din Dobre. So it was my pleasure to be here on this platform of complementary sciences from Prague. We're going to talk about the lifestyle management. I have less time, so I'm now calling from Zagreb, Croatia. I hope you can see my slides. Can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see your slides.
Great, that's right. So, as usual, managing the lifestyle disorders is very important in Ayurvedic perspective because the entire science of Ayurveda, we work basically on the preventive area. So in that area, we focus basically how to prevent the lifestyle disorders because 90% of our diseases are coming from lifestyle issues. So the entire science of Ayurveda works on lifestyle. So how to prevent them, in case if you get the disease, how to organize them, how to treat them, all these things we learn in our institutions, and we see that in day-to-day practices in our in different countries, which I am traveling now. So what are the lifestyle disorders? How much percentage we can see them? 95% in the world. It's all coming from lifestyle. What is the lifestyle and what is the life? There's a difference between the life and the lifestyle. The life is the internal process of a human being, and lifestyle is an extension of the life. So because the lifestyle areas are extension of a human being, so whichever happening away from the body, away from the physical entity, so these are the lifestyle habitats. So it can be work, it can be relationships, it can be academics, it can whatever it is, issues happening outside the body, it comes under lifestyle. And what happens in that area, any issues pertaining to the different areas could affect the physical level. So that could cause different diseases in our body and mental level. So how to organize them, how to prevent them, this is key factor. Let's see. As we have a short time, let me go through a little bit faster. So WHO, World Health Organization, created the lifestyle diseases like cardiovascular system, diabetes, obesity, cancer, osteoporosis, respiratory, GIT. They said the 59% of the 56.5 million deaths annually occurs from the lifestyle disorder. That means if Ayurveda can step in the entire world, it could prevent the entire disasters happening in the different countries right now. So 56.5 million deaths, this is enormous for the human population. And also it costs a lot of money. Every country spends billions of dollars to prevent the diseases, to cure the diseases, not even prevention, to cure the diseases. But Ayurveda needs lesser money for the organization of prevention of lifestyle diseases. Okay, So annually, and 45.9% of the global burden of the disease. That was exactly what I was telling. There's a lot of global burden, and every country spends a lot of money on their people, right? So in the US itself, $3 trillion has been spent for terminal ill cases. That means it's in the budget more than any single countries in the world. So it's a lot of money spending on this. So those things we can work on that area, and Ayurveda can be very effective to modify the lifestyle of a person and prevent the diseases. So basically, what the lifestyle here and the diet. The lifestyle here means of a person means the sleeping habits, the dietary habits, and the way he thinks, the way he organizes the entire day. It all comes under this. And what does he does in every seasons? What kind of food he takes? Does it suits him or not? All these things are can be fixed with the Ayurveda. But no other science has got the answer for this problem. This is important for us to understand. So what are the other factors which causes the, other than this diet, what are the other factors which causes the lifestyle disorders? So drugs and tobacco, smoking, alcohol, all these things, basic things, we all understood that, we all understand that this could create enormous effort. This puts enormous effort effect on the mental and the physical level. So how to organize them, the prevention, all those things, factors also we deal in Ayurveda. So lifestyle diseases are different from other diseases. It's not infectious. Okay, we all know that lifestyle means it's not infectious diseases like corona and all those things. That doesn't come under lifestyle disorders. Lifestyle disorders is manufactured within the body. The lifestyle disorders are manufactured within the mental level. So it doesn't come anything from outside. So we are the manufacturers of the disease and we are suffering out of that. This can be easily preventable and the person can live longer life with the existing health. So, and there is a need to ensure unaltered levels of key nutrients. It's very important. That's why we call Vata Pitta Kapha diet. We understand the dosha of the human being and dhatus levels and everything. We assess all the physical level and mental level, gunas, trigunas of the person. And then we fix them, which for which dosha, what kind of diet is required, which all the Ayurvedic doctors knows this pretty well. So the general public needs to understand what kind of dosha, what kind of food is needed. This itself can prevent many neurological diseases, many acid peptide diseases, many joint diseases. Just fixing the doshas. Okay, functional components of context of declining energy expenditure. So energy and all also we can bring it up with a right combination of food, right combination of living, right combination of seasonal routines, right combination of daily routines. That could fix a lifestyle of a person. And few diseases we take today, couple of diseases we see what exactly, there are many other, but we don't have time. So basically, it's a cardiac problem. This is a major factor in the world now, cardiac diseases. It's a lifestyle problem again. Does it come? Okay, only 1 or 2% could cause by a bacteria, like a bacterial cardiomyopathy or something like that. Other than that, most of the cardiac problems like hypertension, everything is caused by the human being itself. It doesn't come from outside. So, how does the BP increases? There is no normal blood pressure for any. There is no standard value of a blood pressure. It varies from different one person to another person. The 120/80, it's according to me, my experience, it's not at all right because every human being has a different blood pressure. So we have to consider according to that, and we have to consider according to the pitta levels in the body, the checking the nadi pariksha. We try to understand what is the basic, how much percentage of pitta is prevailing in the physiology and what it causes, what percentages causes, what kind of manifestation causes. That we balance the pitta here, not just blood pressure. That is the unique style of Ayurveda. So salt, we all know the salt should be restricted, and salt causes high densities. It sticks to the wall of the blood vessels and causes blood pressure. So actually, no animal eats the salt. The sodium is available in all fruits and green leaves and fruits. Many you can get this sodium. And pranayama is very important to balance your blood pressure. and water for cellular hydration tissue fluids to drive the blood into the blood vessels, and heart plays a major role to push the blood. In according to Ayurveda, in modern science, they say the heart pumps the blood. The ventricular part of the heart pumps the blood. But in Ayurveda, if you try to understand the different these things has been given in different contexts in Ayurveda, it sucks the blood. So it's a big topic. Next time, whenever we will discuss on that. It sucks the blood from the inferior vena cava and superior vena cava into the heart. It doesn't pump the blood. That's the difference here. So then physiology of the heart and heart 72 per minutes. And most important is the zero 0.4 seconds. The rest is given between each pumping. Each time the blood flows out of the heart, it takes a break of 0.4 seconds. This is a major impact on the obesity. We're going to talk about that. Obese people, the 0.4 seconds is reduced. So the more it reduces the time rest in between the heart, then it leads to the cardiac problems. That can be prevented with pranayama and proper lifestyle in Ayurveda. And of course, we all know the sarpagandha. We are giving these herbs. Usually, we don't give directly the medicines. We try to give them the lifestyle changes and breathing exercises. Once if it doesn't come under control, then we go for giving some herbs like sarpagandha, and we know it. And obesity reduces the. That's what exactly I said. This 0.4 seconds is the key for a human being to be healthy or not healthy. Heart. There, Ayurveda and yoga works on this level to keep the zero 0.4 seconds rest in between the cardiac pumpings. So night rest and everything. Fruits before 7 o'clock should be taken. Such kind of things should be met. And obesity, the next one. Basically, this we all know that it's tridosha. Basically, tridosha involved here. Kapha being the dominant in obesity and imbalance. But basically, in Ayurveda, we talk about the Agni. Agni is the key factor for propelling the human growth, propelling the metabolism and neurotransmission, and propelling any other mechanism in the body is key controlled by the Agni factor. If that is failed, that can produce the severe kapha imbalances. So the same way, the imbalance of malas, waste products, or an imbalance of srotas, microcirculatory channels, these channels we call srotas in Ayurveda, they can be blocked. So caused by different doshas that could put impact on the obesity and increases the body weight. So this collection of imbalances then interferes with the formation of tissues or other dhatus, leads to tissue imbalance. We all know that it causes the excess weight. This is very common in the US and the European countries. It's becoming more and more in India also these days. So every Ayurvedic doctor understands pretty well how to treat this problem. So we come back to here. So what are the solutions for this? Usually in India, we give the multigrain chapatis, all those things. Here in West, right now I am in Croatia. Here in the Western countries, we try to suggest them to go for sprouts. Sprouts here, a lot of sprouts with the dates. I advise them here early morning. They try to take, especially in the spring season. We advise spring. Now we are just, of course, we are in autumn. It still changes. The pitta is dominant now. So we try to give pitta pacific diet. So this is the key factor in Ayurveda. According to the season, we try to give the pacific diet. So then naturally you have the dominance of the doshas, and physically you have your own dosha manifestation is there. So combinedly we give the program which balance the pitta now in the autumn season. So usually oil, 100 ml and 900 calories, and fruits 45.5. Here it is there, 100 grams of millet. So all these things calculations is given to prevent any further blockages in the srotas. The salt is 1 gram, and I usually advise in Europeans to take the salt 1 kilo for a month, for 1 year. So like that. And the trikatu is very good in Ayurveda. Trikatu, cumin is extremely good. Amlaki, it's a fruit, and honey is very good. Turmeric, garlic, asafoetida. These are the spices we try to give to the patient who has this obesity issues. And we come to the diabetes. I know, so we all know that 125 trillion cells in our body. Each organ is made up of 1 trillion cells, And cell uses Vayu, Jala, Ahara for its survival. That means air, water, and food. It's necessary for each cell to survive and keeps the body. This energy content flowing in the body is kept up by this
Doctor,
yes.
Dr. Suresh, can you hear me?
Yeah, please, yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you in your very interesting presentation, but I'm afraid your time limit has
Okay.
run out. It's a quarter of an hour. If you stay connected to the streaming, we've got some questions that people ask. So maybe if later there is a little bit time, we can try to post them, or if there is some break or some other presentation is shorter. But thank you very much for the presentation. And to Croatia, as you said.
Yeah, I am in Croatia now.
Professor Suresh Swarnapuri from Ireland. Thank you for this great presentation. Up next is Dr. Nina Ravindran, and since the time is really scarce, please, Madam Ravindran, switch on your microphone and you can talk.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, everybody. Myself, Dr. Nina Ravindra. I'm going to present the bird view perspective of Ayurvedic treatment principle for diabetic retinopathy under the guidance of Dr. Ashwini BN and Dr. Keshiva Balaji from Amrita School of Ayurveda from the Department of Shalakya Tantra, Kollam, Kerala, India. The contents of my, is it moving?
It is.
The slides are not moving, sir. Hello? Whether the slides are moving, sir?
We have the first slide, the bird view perspective.
Yeah, I'm trying to move the next slide, but it is not moving. That's why I'm asking.
Not yet. But if you can continue with what you see and maybe...
Yeah. So these are my contents of the presentation. So coming to the diabetes. Diabetes is a systemic and metabolic disorder, and diabetic retinopathy, it refers to the retinal changes happening to a diabetic patient. So it usually occurs to a patient who have diabetes after the onset of diabetes from 8 to 10 years. The patient will be having diabetic retinopathy, whether the diabetes is controlled or not. Coming to the prevalence of diabetic retinopathy is about 4 to 28%, and 2% of the diabetic population is blind as a result of diabetic retinopathy. So coming to the pathogenesis, in hyperglycemia condition, there will be increased retinal blood flow. So there will be disruption of metabolism in endothelial cells and pericytes. So there will be impaired vascular autoregulation. So increased vasoactive substance production and endothelial cell proliferation will be there. So that in capillaries, there will be reduced lumen as well as hypoperfusion. So there will be chronic retinal ischemia will be presenting. So that there will be increased production of vascular endothelial growth factors. Thereby the endothelial cell growth will be forming to new cell vessel formation, and because of increased vascular permeability, there will be retinal leakage and exudation. Now, coming to the risk factors, one of the most risk factor is the duration of diabetes, because roughly around 50% of the patient affect diabetic retinopathy after the onset of diabetes after 10 years, and 70% of people will affect after 20 years, and 90% will affect after 30 years. And the next thing is that the age of onset of diabetes, and the next thing is poor metabolic control. Next thing is hereditary and pregnancy. Pregnancy actually accelerate the condition of diabetic retinopathy. Then hypertension. If it is associated with hypertension, it can highlight the changes in diabetic retinopathy. And the other factors like smoking, obesity, anemia, and hyperlipidemia are the risk factors. Actually, this diabetic retinopathy is having 4 stages. The first one is non-proliferative diabetic retinopathy. The second one is proliferative diabetic retinopathy. The third one is diabetic maculopathy. And the fourth one is advanced diabetic eye disease. So coming to the non-proliferative diabetic retinopathy, increased vascular permeability and occlusion are the two main observations in retinal vasculature seen in case of NPDR. And the ophthalmoscopic features we seen in NPDR are microaneurysm, retinal hemorrhage, retinal edema, dark blood hemorrhages, hard exudates, bottom blood spots, and some venous abnormalities also. So this is the case of mild NPDR. We can see a hemorrhage there. And next, in case of moderate level of NPDR, we can see microaneurysm, hard exudates, flame-shaped hemorrhages. And in severe NPDR, we can see venous bleeding apart from the other two. And the next is proliferative diabetic retinopathy. It is that it comes to in every cases after 25 years of the onset of the disease, and it is especially characterized by the neovascularization of one or more of the following features, like neovascularization of iris or ankle or at the epicondyle or elsewhere in the retina. And these new vessels may proliferate in the plane of retina, and it may spread to vitreous as vascular folds and may at last result in fibrovascular retinal membrane and causes vitreous detachment and following the vitreous hemorrhage. Thus, we can see neovascularization of the retina. Next, coming to the diabetic maculopathy. Diabetic maculopathy is when the macula sustains from some more form of the damage. In case of diabetic macular edema, where the blood vessels near the macula leak fluid into in between the layers of the macula can be seen. The next case is advanced diabetic eye disease. It is the end stage of uncontrolled PDR, and it is highly marked complication. We can see some complications like vitreous hemorrhage, retinal detachment, and neovascular glaucoma. And usually the management comes like a screening. First we need to give a fundus examination. So in 5 years after the diagnosis of type 1 diabetes mellitus and at the diagnosis of type 2 diabetes mellitus, and in every year there is no, it has to be examined or it has to be screened till there is no diabetic retinopathy or there is mild NPDR. And in case of moderate NPDR, we need to do fundus examination in every 6 months, and in severe NPDR we need to do fundus examination in every 3 months, and in every 2 months in case of no high risk characteristics. And investigation, obviously, like in every disease, we need routine examination like a blood routine examination, urine examination. Apart from that, HbA1c, FFA, and OCT plays a key role. FFA, it helps to analyze the extent of neovascularization, leakage, and capillary non-perfusion. And in OCT, especially in diabetic maculopathy, it gives a structural study regarding the retina. Now, coming to the treatment modalities adopted it is intravitreal, vitreal, and anti-VEGF drugs, intravitreal steroids, laser therapy, and if all the above three are failed, they will go for surgical treatment. Now, coming to the Ayurvedic perspective, Acharya Vagbhada explains 27 Drishtigata Rogas, and Acharya Shushruta explains 12 Drishtigata Rogas, and among that one is Parimlai Timira. So diabetic retinopathy can be understood in terms of Parimlai Timila because of the Pitta Rakta Visheshan, and the severity of the condition depends upon the quality of Ahara Prasada Rasa, because what the food we are consuming, and thus the Ahara Rasa Doshana Vishet Pitta Dosha, and thus aggravate the symptoms. Similarly, in case of diabetic retinopathy, the blood sugar level depends on the patient's diet, and the symptoms and signs increase or worsens depends upon the patient's glycemic control. So this is the pathogenesis according to Ayurveda. If somebody is having unwholesome diet and regimen, there will be impairment in digestive fire. So there will be ama formation, and the strodus, that is the channels, will be getting blocked. So if it is blocked, it will be known as Sangha. So blockage of microcapillaries, hypofluorescence in the FFA can be seen. If there is Sida Grandhi, that is it can be correlated in terms of aneurysm and neovascularization, and Bimargam, it can be seen like hemorrhages and exudates. And if ama is formed, all the doshas along with rakta is got vitiated, and it will cause vitiation in netra patalas, that is the layers of retina. So it will hamper the visual acuity, and thereby the disease will be progressed. So coming to the treatment protocol, we can categorize it into two steps. So in first step, we need to do Shodana because the channels are getting impurities. So it has to be get purgated, or we should remove some impurities in the Shodas. And the Shodana can be done in two forms, like Shida Shrododushti and Netra Shrododushti. So in Shida Shrododushti, some Tala Podichal, Takradara, Shirodhara with Kasha, all these procedures can be done. And for Netra Shodhadushti, some specialized eye treatments are explained in Ayurveda, like a Netra Kriya Kalpa. So Avaguntanam, Anjanam, Ashodhanam, Netra Kiri, Kabalam, Bidalagam, all this can be done. So some sort of inflammation is also there. So Shopahara line of treatment should be adopted in such cases. Netra Shopahara Chikitsa in terms of say Avagundana Bidalaga can be done along with internal medicines for anti-inflammatory medicines can be given along with alanoma medicines. So the next step number 2, we need to make the eye more strengthened because inflammation and Shrodhadushti has cured. So we need to make the eyes more balya. So Chakshusha medicine should be given. So Netra Balya Chigilsa like Tarpana, Murdane Dalalaka Shiro Abhyanga, Shiro Pichu, Shiro Basti, Shiro Dhara had to be advocated. So these are some of the medicine suggestions like internal medicines like Vasha Gulicha, Kashayam, Gulicha, Kashayam and all. Anjana like Chandanadi Anjana. All these are the beautiful formulations we can be used in diabetic retinopathy conditions. And Thalapodichal, these are the suggestions for medicine we can be used for Thalapodichal, Shirodhara and Tarpana. And these are the procedures. The first one is Seika, the second one is Ashtotana, the third one is Vidalaga procedure, and the fourth one is Anjana, fifth one is Tarpana procedure. This is the picture of Thalapodichal, and this one is Shirodhara. And so now I'm concluding my presentation that a regular screening of diabetic population should be done to reduce the prevalence and incidence of blindness within the population. So in Ayurveda, diabetic retinopathy can be approached in the principle of Parimala. Initially, Shodhana, followed by Shobhara, incorporating Pitta Shamaka and Rakta Prasadana, and then Brahmana line of management for the restoration of the health of the region. So I am concluding my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thanks Dr. Nina Ravindran for her presentation. And since you have finished a little bit earlier and we still got a few minutes left, maybe we can return back to Mr. Swarnapuri. And firstly, we interrupted his presentation, and secondly, we had a question on him. Mr. Suresh Swarnapuri, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Yeah, great to have you back. Thank you for staying with us. And there was a patient asking a question directly on you.
Can you wait a minute, please? I get back in just a few seconds. Okay, 1 minute.
Of course, take your time. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Yeah, please carry on.
Yeah. So the question in the meantime disappeared, but I have noticed here that I made there was a patient who was asking about urticaria, an itch that was accompanied or maybe caused by long COVID. And her question was, since the classical medicine is not effective on it in any way, if you can, or what would be your opinion about healing with Ayurvedic methods, this urticaria, this itch that was connected with a long-term COVID?
Yeah, basically we need to analyze with the doshas, what kind of dosha she's having, what kind of prakriti she's having, constitution, and we need to see what was the causative factors for that, and which dosha is aggravating the factors. All the things we need to take into consideration. For now, what we can suggest is it is definitely there is something, the allergic properties are, it's increased in her. These things also, her immune system seems to be not good. So she can avoid straight away to stop uh, taking this, avoiding the foodstuffs, which are sour milk products. The sour milk products, yogurt, kefir, cheese, butter, for a week. She can stop for a week. And the root vegetables also she can stop for 10 days. And she has to drink hot water 2 liters per day, and try to avoid as much as possible oily products. So we call it as patya patya. Means we have to seek the food which is giving rise to this, or what is the causative factors. You said COVID, but still the post-COVID places, the immune system, we need to check her once, and she can take this. And moreover, these fruits, when it comes to fruits, so it's not fruits with vegetables, uh, the eggplants you need to avoid straight away. And salt is very important to avoid for a week at least. And there are a lot of herbs are available. I don't know in what herbs are available in Czech Republic and in Ayurvedic medicines. But if there's nothing they can find, they can take some triphala. And externally, she can apply with the coconut oil, triphala powder with the coconut oil. She can apply wherever the externally lesions she see in urticaria is only particular area or urticaria in the entire body. We don't know exactly what she is trying to tell us. So generally inside you can make some changes in the lifestyle and food habits. Externally, she can buy some triphala powder with coconut oil. She can apply on the skin. Okay.
Thank you very much for this exhaustive answer. One of her points, the patient, was that according to Chinese medicine, she was supposed to exclude fish from her diet. So what's your take on this?
Yes, it's good. It's good for at least to avoid fish, chicken, meat products at least for a week. It's advisable actually.
Okay.
Basically to open up the channels in the body.
Okay, thank you very much for your point. And Professor Suresh Swarnapuri, since we are supposed to have another participant of this conversation, Madam Kirti Paik-Inka from India, but she doesn't seem to be online or to have connected to our Zoom conference. And I interrupted you and you weren't able to finish your presentation. Do you think, or would you be interested in telling us something more from your field of study?
Yeah, I could finish this slide, which I have started. Some few points are there. Can I?
If you would be so kind, we would be very happy.
No problem, sir. No
Thank
problem.
you very much.
No problem. Yeah, we were talking about the diabetes, how extensive the knowledge of Ayurveda is explored, understanding of this diabetes. We have 20 types of is mentioned in Ayurveda, different according to the doshas, Vata, Pitta, Kapha, and all that stuff. And we have actually 125 trillion cells in our body. Each organ is made of 1 trillion cells. We'll stop discussing. And each cell needs and uses air, water, and food for its survival. Otherwise, a cell cannot survive only with the food. A cell needs water also. A cell needs air also. That's why we have to do a lot of breathing exercises like pranayama with yogic techniques to improve the percentage of pranavayu in each cell. It conducts the metabolic process for the human survival. That's one thing. And pancreas, as we're discussing, produces enzyme. Food after digestion becomes glucose leaves. Pancreas produces enzymes. The food after digestion, it usually becomes glucose. First, actually, it's the liver which does more work on glucose rather than the pancreas. We focus on pancreas more, but actually, the liver is given more importance in Ayurveda too. So, whichever the conditions comes here, we focus on liver also in Ayurveda. In any part, if there's a skin problem and everything, in Ayurveda, we focus basically on the liver metabolism and rectify the cellular damages occurred in the liver due to the many toxins passing through that day-to-day life. So excessive eating make glucose to convert into fat. We all know that excessive eating make glucose convert into the fat. So the pancreas helps glucose after liver, as we said, and when the glucose increases, insulin needed to convert to fat and to control sugar. The glucose level usually empties up. 110 milligrams, it's on empty stomach usually, but it could rise usually after the food. That means the insulin, if production is reduced in the pancreas, then naturally the glucose level in the blood increases. So the cellular receptors, receives sugar and insulin acts as a key here. We can see here, this is cellular structure. The insulin is like a key. It's like a key which allows the glucose to travel into the muscle or any tissues in the body so that it prevents the rise of the glucose level in the blood. That's how the diabetes occurs. But in Ayurveda, we don't think about only the diabetes means we should stop the sugar. It is not necessary always. It depends upon the dosha here. Sometimes even we are giving even sugar also for not this white sugar. We also can give some sugar for the patient, which is caused by different doshas. If it kapha dominant is there, we try to avoid. If there is a pitta dominant is there, we invariably sometimes give the patient to pacify the pitta there. It doesn't mean that like in modern science we should stop the sugar in the diabetes. It's also not right. The cell receives food and make energy. We all know that the energy comes from this prana vayu. The energy comes not only from the diet, but energy also comes from prana vayu. Now let's come to so that was we explained about the diabetes in simple format, the lifestyle, what you need to take, breathing exercises and physical exercises are very important to prevent the diabetes. Is not a disease, but it's a physiological disorder that we need to work on that. So sugar level increases empty level 150 to 120 borderline. Okay, for food 120 to 180. This after food, post food it is. If the glucose do not enter the cells, sugar level increases, as we all understand that. So, but type 1 IDDM, insulin dependent, it's becoming more rampant now in Europe. I've seen recently a lot of patients from in France or in Slovenia, they are getting more and more cases of juvenile diabetes. So the Ayurveda plays a very important role from the pregnancy itself to prevent this kind of disorders which manifest on the theoretical level. So congenitally, beta cells they produce pancreas was absent. Usually, juvenile diabetes occurs because of the absence of beta cells. Okay, and insulin was invented in 1920 only. But before that, Ayurveda understands the complete, the pathological changes, complete physiological aspect of the pancreas and its functions. We call it as Agnesheya. So the name is given to the pancreas. So this has a work. This works. The pancreatic effect on the pancreas and liver. Their effect on the diabetes has been mentioned clearly in Ayurveda. So usually T cells protects other cells, but it kills beta cells in this case. That's why it's important to have the proper lifestyle in Ayurveda. Special diet. We have to take the breakfast, gargle water, and drink 1 to 1.5 liters of water every day. And yoga practices, vegetables, pumpkins, bitter gourd. It's available in India. It's not available in Europe. And cucumber is available here. Turmeric is available. Carrot is available. So people can take few pieces in empty stomach. And turmeric plays an important role on the diabetes. So latest sprouts is very good. It's available. Everybody in Europe They take sprouts with the chickpeas, soya beans, and all those things. Helps in insulin. Naturally, insulin is produced in the pancreas. So I advise usually my patients brown rice, integral rice for them to take, and soya, maize, wheat, mint leaves, green leaves. All these things are extremely good for the diabetes. And we have a lot of treatments has been given for the fresh juices of Guduchi, that is Stenospora cardifolia. It's available in tablet form in Europe, in Czech also it's available, and Slovakia it's available. Guduchi, Shatavari, Haridra in Poland is available. These herbs are available, and Nimba, Jambu Bija, these are not available. Uh, Turmeric is available in Poland, so they can get it from Poland to Czech Republic. So these are the other decoctions which is not available in Europe. Certain things we have to get it from India, like mustadi and trifala. Trifala is available in Europe, and all these things. Certain herbs can be. There is a list here I've written, which can be traced out here. And another thing is constipation is also most commonest problem in the lifestyle disorders. And yesterday I had one patient. She goes to the toilet only monthly twice. So it is very dangerous. It's called Krura Koshta in Ayurveda. So we have to change the complete metabolism, complete changes in our lifestyle. So inability to evacuate the bowel. So in Ayurveda we said early morning you need to pass to the toilet at least couple of times in a day. It should be done. So that is a good way of living, because as the food is important, elimination is also important. If the person do not go to the toilet regularly, his lifespan will come down according to Ayurveda. It's very important to drink a lot of water, drink a lot of vegetable juices, fruit juices. Some triphala can be taken in the night time, and they have to work on their Agni. This is again key factor here. And to eat 2 to 3 days once lead to disease. If the constipation continues a long time, it could turn into the cancer in the CA colon. So it is very dangerous to have constipation for a long time. According to Ayurveda, chronic constipation can convert into rheumatoid arthritis. So we have to be very careful. These are the premonitory conditions which can lead into the disease manifestation in the future. So a lot of fiber vegetables is a common, everybody understand, to avoid the junk foods and all those things. And the daily routines, seasonal routines are the key factor, and panchakarma therapies to be taken every 6 months once by any individual, and whoever practices lifestyle properly with yoga and Ayurveda, it should be. And the following seasonal routines, every season the food should be changed. Daily routines, everything they should fix according to the doshas. And we run academy here in France. We have an Ayurveda academy. We teach all this stuff. We have 4 years of education. All students from all over Europe, they study with us, from Croatia to Denmark to Ireland to UK. They all study with us. We have branches in different countries, and we give the live lectures to the people, and also online education we are doing now. And thank you very much. Namaste.
Okay. Many thanks to Professor Dr. Suresh Swarnapuri. Thank you very much for completing your lecture that we interrupted because of our first seemingly busy schedule. But since two of the participants didn't manage to connect to our conference, it was great to hear all your presentation in the whole and also the answer to the patient question. Actually, Mr. Swarnapuri, can I have one more complementary question to the previous one? Because the patient precised the question. If you have a little bit more time.
Yeah, I have a couple of minutes, yes.
Thank you very much for that. Her question was that she didn't catch altogether, or if you can in main points summarize what can be the cause, the main cause in your opinion and from Ayurvedic point of view of that urticaria itch or disease. It was the one connected with the long COVID.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, COVID is one area. Whatever the diseases caused earlier, we talk into the level of doshas, vata, pitta, kapha. The doshas are very important elements. the 5 elements, which combine to form the doshas, Vata, Pitta, Kapha. According to that dosha, only we treat in Ayurveda. So those kind of doshas are prevalent in the food. So what should not be taken, what should be taken? That's what I explained, the foodstuffs, what should be taken. But according to Ayurveda, we approach only through doshas. Now, what she seems to have is, we have to check again whether the urticaria is very big because she's itching, she's having any blood. While itching, also we need to check. If there is a blood, there is a pitta dominance is there. If there is no blood, just itching is there, then kapha and vata domination is there. So according to that, we have to design the food for her. But I think she needs a proper consultation.
Yeah.
Clear for me. She needs to proper. We have to analyze. We have to see what exactly how old it is. The age factor is also important. Whether it's young lady or elderly person. So everything we have to calculate according to dosha and we treat. And generally, I told what she should be done, what she should not do.
Thank you very much. Of course, the personal consultation with an Ayurvedic practitioner will be necessary as in any case. Thank you very much for that answer. And we've got some more answers coming. Have you still got some minutes left free for us?
I have to leave, sir. I have a consultation now. 1 minute I have time.
Okay. Okay, just very quickly, what is the main cause of anemia and options to improve liver function from an Ayurvedic perspective? If you can just very shortly.
We have a lot of herbs are available to improve the anemia conditions. There are a lot of factors for anemia. Again, the gender is important, man or woman. Here, young or old, it's very important to assess the age factor is very key to analyze the anemic conditions of the person. That is the reason we need to know exactly if it is women, there's a lot of diseases which causes the anemic condition. If the man, again, there are a lot of conditions to cause these things. But naturally, what we can do is they can take dates. Generally, what we advise is if we don't know exactly the gender of the person, the age of the person, we tell them to take some lot of dry fruits, dates, especially dates, raisins, and all those things. Some juices with the carrot juice, with the sprout juice, all these things regularly they can take. And most important is they have to have ghee with them. Ghee is really good. Ghee they can take, and the carrot juices. And we have a lot of herbs which increases we use for liver, Arogyavardhini Vati. There are some tablets are available to for the liver. Punarnavadi Kashayam. It's also very good to bring up the anemic level, all these things. Once again, we need to know what exactly the cost factor.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you very much, Dr. Professor Swarnapuri, for exhaustive answers, for taking a longer time than your presentation was and answering what the patients were interested in. Thank you very much for your kindness, and now we let you free for your consultation.
And
thank you.
My greetings to Mr. Thomas. He's my good friend, and send my warm greetings to him. And I wish a great success of conference. Namaste.
Thank you very much. I will pass the greetings. Thank you very much. Goodbye. And for the following of our morning presentations, since the other participants are still not available, let me just remind you that there are other two channels of this Congress, World Health Congress 2023, that you can follow. You can get to other halls through the web page of the Congress. And since after the unconnected participants there was planned the coffee break and a musical performance, I will meet you with a presentation from Madam Ranjan Amin, whose name is Culture of Health, and it starts at 11:25 after the coffee break. So until that time, we will part for a while, and I will meet you at 11:25 with the presentation of Madam Ranjan Amin. Thank you for your attention and enjoy your coffee break. Dear ladies and gentlemen, and viewers and listeners all around the world of the World Health Congress 2023, let me welcome you back after the coffee break to our continuation of presentation at Hall 3 of this Congress. Just let me remind you that there are another two halls that you can follow on YouTube or directly on the webpage of the World Health Congress. And now, let me welcome here Ms. Ranjan Amin from United Kingdom, who will give us a presentation which is called A Culture of Health. Ms. Ranjan Amin, the floor is yours. Would you like to present your presentation directly now?
Hello, Om Shanti and Namaste. Lovely to be present at this World Congress, and hello to everyone. I'm Ranjan, as the moderator has just said, and I'm a practitioner of Raj Yoga meditation, a teacher and a student of 35 years within Brahma Kumaris, based in London. And these are ancient practices that we have been practicing in the 21st century. They have definitely helped us in many, many ways. Most of our senior teachers have been practicing 80 to 90 years, and they are living health, wealth, and happiness, which we really need to embrace and bring into our present world. And that can be our future world, a culture of health. A culture of health existed in the ancient systems of practice, and they do hold solutions for us for our present day. And this will lead us into a future where diseases would be absent. The ancient systems were a culture of health like the practices in Satyug and the Harappan Indus civilization. Now, these were based on daily meditation reflective practices. And Satyuga, yuga means the time period that we lived in. And Sat is the truth, the transparency of truth that I lived in my everyday life. Now, these practices are coming from meditation or inner reflection, a deep sense of connection with mind, body, and spirit. The spiritual practice was the highest vibration that they had as a form of communication. So disease was unknown. They only knew health, wealth, and happiness. Negativity didn't exist in their minds. And that comes from a daily practice of very high positive level of thoughts, of positive feelings and vibrations that accumulate over time, the inner peace that is inside each and every person. These ancient systems where souls exist, people existed, they lived long and healthy lives based on embracing purity of thought, pure feelings, pure intention, and they were at one with nature. This is the difference. In today's world, we lack this harmony with nature and harmony within our own inner self, where the lives evolved around harmony, togetherness, and a heightened awareness of one family. And COVID has shown us that we really do need to become closer worldwide as a one family, thinking similar thoughts that are filled with a higher rate of vibration where negative or waste thoughts don't exist. Now, this comes about with a very simple practice that I'm going to take you through today. So the first thing we're going to look at is that in the Raj Yoga meditation that's taught within Brahma Kumaris, we focus on the mind, and the mind generates thoughts, thinking, and responses. So when I'm creating thoughts, on an everyday level, we're not thinking whether they're positive or they're filled with fear or anxiety. And yet, in a subtle way, we're aware of the vibration of these thoughts. So when I'm thinking about something and I've generated the thought, I need to really focus on the responses that I'm going to get. That response comes in words and actions. And the response is either filled with emotions and feelings, or I can keep them very steady, calm, and peaceful. So our whole aim is to be calm, and peaceful. And so when I go into action with my thoughts, so for instance, somebody spoke to me this morning and they were a little bit offhand, but I didn't focus on that. I focused on how lovely and what a good personality they have. And so the response I gave was very different to one if I would have said, oh, why are they so aggressive, or why are they being so silly? So each time we are creating thoughts, we create karma, either within past karma or present or a future karma. So my each response, and karma means a response of, like Newton's law. You throw a ball up into the air, it is going to come back to you at some point, either immediate or at some point in time. So thinking of that state of mind and how I'm responding each and every situation will require some level of practice. And yet we have a natural awareness. Every human being has a natural awareness of well-being. It's a natural process. And that awareness of who I am, my self-worth and my self-respect, the greater I go inwards to my sacred space inside the mind, then I'm able to keep that calmness, that stillness, and that self-worth and respect that I'm looking for. And as I do that, I continue to produce positive thoughts, as opposed to thoughts that generate waste or negativity or some feeling of anxiety or fear. I'm now beginning to generate thoughts that are filled with solution, either in the form of a right contribution to a connection that I'm making with a person, or it might be the right kind of feeling that I have that is appropriate for that situation. So we work from a platform that creates peace. Now, each human being will have this peace within them. It is there, as I said, within the mind, within the intellect, and within our character. We call that sanskaras. Now, mind, intellect, and sanskaras are very subtle, and they have very subtle vibration. So when I move from fear to a feeling of well-being and peace, inner calmness, then I will begin to change a process, just like night and day, this very natural process that's within each human being to create a healthy lifestyle. There's many research papers available that show that positivity and pure intention raise immunity. They reduce your stress levels and they increase greater relaxation. And a meta-analysis done by Ramesh et al. In 2013, Kida and Steptoe 2008, and Dr. Herbert Benson et al. Have all had revealed findings that they were all their research papers on positive states of mind, psychological states that were a high level of positivity, produced happiness and higher level of self-worth. They found that it reduced the rates of mortality, and they had much better physical health and a much better state of mind that we can say is part of well-being. These techniques are of relaxation. So when we go inwards, we meditate, or we do reflection, or we have just quiet moments, they enhance our immune system in a way the Western world doesn't understand. But in Raj Yoga meditation, we are aware that these practices are very, very useful and beneficial for each and every person, whether they are young, old, they're business people, whoever they may be, wherever they may live, whatever language, whatever religion they may be. You can still practice this meditation. We have over 1 million people around the world who are practicing this meditation, who have long life, who have been having very good health. They've come from very poor health before meditation, and we can see the difference. We have a hospital up in Mount Abu, Rajasthan, Global Hospital for a Better World. And there we see reflections where people have had severe cardiac attacks, people with high levels of diabetes too, and they've practiced the meditation. They've had vegetarian diets, which was not their normal. And over a period of 3 months, we see the changes. So daily practice and awareness of reflection of Raja Yoga meditation increases that inner calmness, that inner stillness and self-discipline. And so as I start a foundation of just beginning to understand, I am a being seated in the center of the forehead, that I do have inner space, a sacred space inside myself, then I start to support myself with a caring, loving, and compassionate attitude towards my own self and others. So one of the things we find today is very low level of self-worth. And so the first daily practice I would like all of you to do or take away from this conference is to uplift yourself through your own thoughts. Maintain a high level of positivity. Whenever there's self-doubt, bring about confirmation of how good actions that you have done. So be generous-hearted and find inner peace and move away from anxiety and anger. And as I do these steps, I take time to develop values that are uplifting for the self and others simultaneously. So these values create abundance. They revive my senses, my hearing, my seeing, and my feeling with the abundance of compassion, of pure love and peace. And as I create an attitude to bring happiness to the self and others, even if it's just a smile, it'll make a difference. So engage in a relaxation and a technique that allows you to have quiet time and develop a foundation of strength and wisdom. A healthier future means I have to invest time and energy in my own self. When I do that, when I take that time, I will be able to connect with others. So it is free. This course of meditation is available online. It's available anywhere in the world, in all of our centers. And you can just practice with me. If you're free, I am too. It doesn't cost anything. So if we develop a culture, just develop a culture of self-healing, then I need to practice this Raja Yoga meditation or any form of reflection or prayer. But here I'm using Raja Yoga meditation. It increases calmness. Now, calmness is really required in today's chaotic world. We need a bit of stillness, self-discipline. So this meditation, you can start at 6 a.m. in the morning for 5-10 minutes, and it will make a big difference as it has in my own life. So peace is the foundation for maintaining just all of that area of love, compassion, pure thought, and wisdom. And your diseases will come to be reduced. Aches and pains disappear because my whole focus is on healing my inner self. And I'm starting with my thoughts in the mind. This is accessible for everyone. And you can sit quietly from school children to elderly and business. And as I said, we were going to practice some meditation now. So sorry, it keeps changing and skipping. So you just simply sit quietly for a few moments. And wherever you are now, if you just focus on anywhere in the room, just leave your eyes open, go inwards to the center of the forehead, to the sacred space. And as you sit in that sacred space, I allow the thoughts to pass me by. Just keep very still and quiet. And we'll go through a practice of thoughts of peace. Peace was my original religion. Peace is the original, eternal form of each soul, of each human being. I am peace. I love peace. I share peace with all my loved ones, my friends and family. I share peace with all the souls of the world, all the people around the world. I send them peace, good wishes. I share peace with nature so that I am more aligned and in harmony. And I share peace with the whole world. And the vibrations that I'm sending with these thoughts will fill each one with these good wishes. And for a few moments, I stay in this sacred space, safe and protected. And slowly, I return to where I'm sitting here in this room, feeling refreshed. So it's as simple as that. Making thoughts happen for yourself is important. Keeping positive states, keeping a higher level of awareness of who you are. Make it happen. Make it happen so that we can all make this world healthy, wealthy, and happy. And make it happen so that we can all enjoy a long life, disease-free. And it was in existence before. And we have to make it happen so that it happens today. So let's focus and take this practice with us of meditation, of inner reflection. Om Shanti and Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ranjan Amin, for your calm and beautiful presentation and for a practical example that showed us how to, in these times of anxiety and fear, build and keep a little bit of peace in our surroundings and in this world. Thank you very much for that. Because the next presentation was supposed to be Dr. Snehal Shivaji Funde and a preliminary study to understand the microbial composition of fresh Panchagavya preparation from India. But since Dr. Snehal Funde didn't, we are not in connection with her and she doesn't seem to participate in this session. We've got also a few questions from our listeners, Ms. Ranjan Amin, and we've got still some time.
Happy to answer them. Yes, very happy to answer them.
So the first question from a listener or viewer on YouTube was, what in your view is the greatest benefit of yoga and how did yoga influence your life? You said some of it, but if you can just quickly sum up on.
Yes. Before I started Raja Yoga meditation, I didn't know what Raja Yoga was. or anything about yoga. I had no clarity. I was 30 years ago, I was a lecturer at university, highly stressed. I was a very senior lecturer teaching marketing and management. And so I was a business person, caught up in the anxieties of everyday living with many men who were all lecturers, senior, much more senior than I was. I just got my MBA. I was the first woman in England to get an MBA in the 80s. And, it was all about position. It was about getting on with the men. Even if I was a female, I used my female charisma to my own character, which was always just gelling in with everyone. So I had no concept of all of the things I have just explained today. And I lived in a very stressful, full of anxiety and fear, because I had just split with my family, with my husband, and we were trying to make things happen for each other. We wanted to be together, but our families were separating us, and had a little baby. So you can imagine, I was in complete chaos. I had no way or anyone guiding me at the time, except my father used to say to me, always have, belief in yourself. Believe what you're doing is right. And if you doubt it, ask somebody else's opinion. So for me, yoga has when I came across Raj Yoga meditation, immediately a sense of inner calm, complete inner peace. And all of a sudden, over a period of maybe 3-4 days, I could see that I lived in a really anxious world. I had a lot of tension and my back and shoulders were hurting. Within 2-3 days, I felt relaxation. I was practicing half an hour at 6 o'clock and finishing at 6:30, getting ready for work and then leaving at 8. And we always were vegetarian in our family, so there was no problem with the vegetarian diet. And we were fairly healthy. But as I said, there is always this other subconscious, unconscious level where there's anxiety, fear, sadness, emotions of relationships that are not working or working, things that are you're stretched at work to cover other people. Couple of people at that time died within my faculty, and I was having to take over a person who was a psychologist, another person who was teaching economics, and they were not really my subjects. But through this meditation practice, 3-4 times a day, and even at work, one of my senior teachers here, Sister Jenti, she also comes on this program every year, but this year she was away in Italy. She said to me, Ranjan, your life is worth living when you fill it with joy, contentment, and happiness. Is that there in your life? And I said, no, it's not there. And so she said, well, there's a possibility now that you can make this happen in your life. And I said, yes, I want to do that. She said, spend 4 a.m. meditation to 4:45. This is called Amrit Vela. It's a period of time when each human being can connect very, very deeply with the inner self, with the spiritual being that is inside this body that's sitting here. And the mind, body, and spirit are in this spiritual being, the being that I am. And the body is separate. So once I learned that I can help the healing process through focusing on being my original eternal self, the being of light, with the mind and intellect becoming more and more calmer, then that is the yoga. The yoga, which is focus inwards. that was able to happen. And so as that started to happen, so as I started to have a spiritual awareness and changing my thoughts to some took a long time to change, especially when it concerns relationship. But as I started to change my vision, my thoughts changed my vision and changed my feelings to feelings of positivity, vision of positivity, that things can work out as I need them. And that started to improve my health, and it started to remove the fears and doubts I had. I hope that helps you. So I'm seeing a very different person of myself today. And I can tell you, if I'd gone 30 years back, I probably wouldn't be able to do this kind of program with such ease and such happiness and compassion. I would have been devastated even to do a meditation online. Anyway, I hope that helps you. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much for your life story and an example, and for the answer. We still got a few minutes left because of the missing previous presenter. I got another question. Would it bother you to answer the next one too?
Fine. Yes, it's fine.
The question is from YouTube. Could it be dangerous to practice pranayama?
Is it dangerous to practice?
Pranayama.
Okay, so, I'm not sure if you've ever practiced pranayama. It's quite a simple technique. If you have been trained by a yoga teacher, you're not likely to find any danger there. But start very simple. If you're watching Google and watching a video on YouTube, and you found it on Google, then, just be careful how you practice. Pranayama is not a technique that can do harm. It is a technique done to help your inner body. There are very subtle energies within the body itself. And part of that subtle energy is what we call breath, breathing. So prana is the air that is flowing. That prana is life itself, the energy that flows inside the body. And pranayama is a practice that is done to improve that air, the breathing, the life, that is the life source that is within the body. So I hope it's helped you, the answer, that it is a very gentle practice, but it is a very, very subtle inner practice. And you should do it with a qualified teacher and not just watch it on a video, because each individual is different, and each individual has a different capacity to do pranayama. So work with a qualified yoga teacher. That's what I would say. Thank you for your question.
And let me thank you for your answer, very kind one, and yeah, very enlightening one. Thank you very much for your presentations. And unfortunately, another speaker who was supposed to speak after Dr. Snehal also couldn't reach this conference. I don't want to keep you or bother you with more questions.
No, but I'm very happy to stay if you need me to, because I was going to watch the next part of the hall one, the main speakers. So I'm very happy to help you in any way I can.
You've already helped us a lot. Thank you. If you want to continue watching Hall 1 with other presentations, let me ask you, maybe I've got a recording of your presentation which was supposed to be played in case you wouldn't be able to connect us. Do you think that I might play it now, maybe as a repetition for what you said? Because we've got another 15 minutes, so I can use your pre-recorded presentation now.
Yes, Yes, by all means. Or if you would like me to explain any other questions, have you any other questions? Or you want me to
No, not
explain
yet.
anything
These were
else?
the three that arrived,
Yeah, that's
and obviously they were satisfactorily answered because there are no other sub-questions underneath that. Mr. Ranjan, Amin, you were a great help to us. You calmed us. You showed us a practical example how to get calmer in this crazy world. Thank you very much for that. It was very helpful.
Thank you.
And
Thank you
now,
for all the lovely questions as well. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
with your permission, I will play the presentation that you sent us. Yeah?
Yes, do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask you to end the screen, share screen presentation? That's perfect. Thank you very much. Now I can play what you sent us.
Okay.
So our
Can I
regards.
get to hall 1 or do I stay here?
You can stay. It's up to you. You can go to hall 1. It's up to you. It's just the moderator of the connection who can direct you, or you can follow on YouTube. Yeah, the hall 1. I can't do it from my place.
No. Okay. Right.
Thank you. I will play your presentation now. Yeah. Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Hello to all my fellow colleagues and honourable guests. Culture of health. There was a period of time when the culture within all human beings who were in that period, known as Satyug, were divine beings. They did not know any form of disease. That period of time was called Satyug. They knew only of good health all year round, all the time, eternally for them. They knew that disease didn't exist, but they knew that harmony, happiness, peace, love, light, dignity, respect was present. Harmony and togetherness were probably the greater part of their lifestyle. Their diets were very clean, and they knew only good health, wealth, and happiness. These three existed in their life. They knew harmony. They knew how to be together in relationships, and conflict was not in existence in their thinking. So this period of time evolved, and perhaps this is our future. And as we create a culture of health where we can also experience that, and I know there are many researches taking place that show positive thinking improves immunity, that psychological well-being is at a much higher level when there is a generated thoughts of good wishes, of pure feelings, of pure intention. And so these are the basis on which we are going to look at today of how a culture of health is being created already by 1 million people who are practicing Raja Yoga meditation within Brahma Kumaris. So the areas that they are developing and have been developing for over the last 70, 80 years has been the focus inside. The focus is inside the self, knowing who I am and creating that awareness of self. And when I start on that journey of knowing the self and moving towards that, I then am able to create a very refined way of thinking, a level of thinking and speaking and having an attitude that is more to do with self and others simultaneously, that allows good feeling. Even when there is chaos, even when there is irritation, disharmony, insult, then I can still manage those in a way that I would not be able to if I didn't have the understanding of the self. The self is a being. a divine being that sits in the center of the forehead behind the eyes. And that being is known as soul, energy. It is beyond gender, religion, age. And this kind of knowledge allows me to retrain, connect to my original self that had these qualities of higher potential, a potential that is so great that is able to allow me good health all year round, eternally. It's possible. It is possible. We live longer, but to live longer, I need to be able to manage my own health. And if I'm able to manage my own health and able to make decisions of how to move that health forward through my thoughts, through taking care of mind, body, intellect, heart, and taking care of this body through diet and exercise, then all of that holistic approach will impact my immunity and reach the highest potential within the self. And that potential is within the soul, every person, every being. And so first I start, I am peaceful being. And just that generation of one single thought allows me to feel a different kind of energy. That allows me to bring about greater positivity. Peace is my original eternal characteristic. And if I maintain and sustain that in every thought, word, action, relationship, attitude, I will be able to change how I am towards others, how I think about others, and how they will be responding to me. And in doing so, I will be starting that journey of good wishes and pure feelings, positive thoughts. That energy is vibrating very subtly inside. I'm sending it not just to my inner self, but throughout the whole body. And as the body starts to vibrate the energy of goodness, of kindness, of courage, of peace, of love, my whole way of thinking is changing. But inside, there's a whole wave of healing, nourishing, repairing, of rebuilding. And that togetherness is being formed, a harmony where there's been disconnect. Now there's connection, where the connection of I, the being, was not that present. It was dormant. Now I've awakened it. And that awakened energy of being a divine being allows me then to interact with others in the same way. So simultaneously, as I generate the thought of I am peace, it is with the self and others simultaneously. The vibration reaches outwards, upwards, and through nature and to all other souls. And that energy, within Brahma Kumaris, we have a World Meditation Hour every third Sunday. And it's at 6:30 to 7:30 throughout the world in their local time. And that is the time we can feel that energy of vibration, of where a culture of health can be developed. Because the good wishes and pure feelings we're sending out through our very pure intention, an intention that is loving, an intention that is caring, an intention that has consideration for all. That good wishes heals those around us, heals nature, heals the self. And so the process of first knowing myself, understanding how my heart, mind, intellect work, and how emotions have already imprinted that are negative, and I can change those imprinted negative states to a positive, pure, and a way to move forward and resolve issues and have solutions for the future or any single day that I'm working. And so the mindset is slowly understanding the awareness of who I am, how I am. I'm helping that to go forward and creating that platform of culture of health through Raj Yoga meditation as is being taught within Brahma Kumaris. And the first aspect of that is self-awareness. Who am I? And as I understand who am I am able to go further deep inside of who I am, where I am going, and who I'm going with, and who is it that's looking after me. And so divine being is connecting to the self, connecting to the divine being up above. A parent that takes care of all souls, of all beings, with pure love, with pure intention. And so I start to develop those also. And this is the first step towards that culture of health. And the second step will be, of course, there's diet and there's exercise and there's vegetarian diets are important, how I eat, when I eat, all of that. But the second step is having that good wishes and pure feelings inside oneself. So whenever there's animosity or insults or frustration, I'm using those good wishes to dissolve that feeling, dissolve those negative states. And as I learn to dissolve those with this energy that I'm creating, then that energy is imprinting within the self, imprinting on my nervous system and healing, imprinting it on my food as I'm eating the food. So I'm creating a pure vibration with my looking at the food, eating it, and also through that generation of good wishes and pure feelings for who I am. And as we go forward into the next stage, is the practice. I need to practice, just like good tennis players, good doctors who reach their highest potential. So if I want to reach my highest potential, then I need to practice. And so we have early morning, which is probably the best time for meditation, for a quiet stillness, calmness, that foundation of focus. And at night time, just cleaning away all of the thoughts so that I have got a nice clean slate to go to sleep on. So morning meditation, evening meditation before going to bed. And then throughout the day, we have 1 hour, we call them traffic lights or traffic control. Just like the car has to stop at traffic lights, and you have to stop when it's on red. And so we stop the level of thoughts that's being generated in the mind and depleting energy. We reduce that every, say, 1 minute in the hour. Every 1 hour for 1 or 2 minutes, we have this traffic control where we sit quietly and go inwards and reconnect with being, with the being. I am this being, pure light within the self that's filled with peace, that's filled with love, filled with calmness. And so that's the second practice. And the third practice is donation, constantly giving good wishes. Even if somebody's very angry with me, if I give good wishes, doesn't do, try it for yourself and you'll see that the whole interaction changes. Your focus will be very different. And if there's so much heat in their anger, move away. This is something I have to learn to do so that I am protecting that health journey that I'm creating. The health of my own being has to be protected. And sometimes it is necessary just to walk away and then reconnect with that person at a later time and resolve the issue. And it starts from the platform of good wishes and pure feelings. And we've seen that Creswell, in his research, there's many in my report that I refer to, but Creswell in 2017 showed the connection between positive states of mind and meditation and relaxation, and how that impacts on the immune system, healing the self. So we do have our natural health system within the soul, I, the being, and I can create that health, wealth, happiness inside the self. And so I would like us to spend a few moments just to experience the meditation. Sitting quietly, I turn my thoughts inwards. I send that vibration of peace to the self as I go in to my sacred space, filled with love and light. I begin the journey of culture that creates health, wealth, happiness, joy, contentment, courage. I sit quietly and calmness is spreading throughout the self. And two, the vibration is reaching all people. And slowly, I return to where I'm sitting here in this conference hall. Om Shanti. So it's as easy as that. Thank you.
And let me thank you one more time, Ms. Ranjan Amin, for both her oral spoken presentation and for the recording that she sent us so that we could repeat the important points that she highlighted in her presentation. Thank you very much one more time. Our next presenter, Dr. Harbans Singh, should present his lecture about clinical evaluation of hepatoprotective effect of Ayurvedic herbal compositions in patients of acute viral hepatitis. Unfortunately, Mr. Harbans Singh seems to have lost the connection, and so we can proceed with our next presenter. And this is Hiroshini Amarasinghe with her presentation, Evaluation of the Effects and Efficacy of Treatment Protocol in Management of Overweight and Obesity. And Madam Hiroshini Amarasinghe was supposed to join us from Sri Lanka, but since we have also the pre-recorded video of our presentation, I will play it now.
Hello, I'm Bowan from Sri Lanka. I'm Dr. Hiroshini Amarasinghe from Sri Lanka. I got my bachelor degree and master's studies in the University of Kelaniya, Gampaha Wickramarachya Ayurveda Institute. I'm a consultant physician, Ayurvedic physician, and yoga and mindfulness coach and acupuncturist. Right now, here I present today my master's study thesis. Topic is evaluation of the effect and efficacy of the treatment protocol in the management of overweight and obesity. My supervisor is KGZ Disanayaka, senior lecturer in Kaya Chikitsa, Wickramarachya Indigenous University in Sri Lanka. Overall, the background, I don't need to go more in details. Everyone know what is the obesity and current scenario and everything. Obesity and overweight has a huge impact in the society, even from childhood to the adult. And here is some significance, you can see it, and here. This aim, my aim is an objective I like to introduce. The general objective is this study is evaluate the effect and efficacy of the treatment protocol in management of obesity and overweight. Specific objective is effect of the selected herbal formula on the serum level of cholesterol, body weight, and the blood sugar level, blood pressure, body circumferences, and skin fold thickness. Hypothesis is the treatment protocol is effective for the management of overweight and obesity, or the treatment protocol is not effective the management or overweight of the obesity. A literature review here is explained slide by slide about what is obesity, what is the definition and everything. I'll get more definitions from WHO websites and documentations followed up. Here in obese and overweight classify as a BMI number above the 25. And obesity and overweight explain more than in details here. What is the factors, why these are important as a health practitioners. In literature, we recognize physical activity, less physical activity or behavioral effectives and dietary regimes, pharmacotherapy or surgery we can suggest as in general. But according to the Ayurvedic physician, I need to introduce an explanations about the obesity or clarified what is in Ayurveda the way. Medoroga or Ustaulya, it is the meaning of the obesity or overweight. It is mainly Vata dosha, Pitta dosha, and Kapha. Vata, Pitta, and Vata, Kapha, and Meda doshas differentiation and effects of the body can get the Medoroga or Ustaulya. In Ayurveda literature, explanation about the Ashtaninditiya Adhyaya. It means there is 8 different characters of persons. It's not good. It means Atisaulya. It's overweight person, not recommended in Ayurveda. And also pathogenesis of Ayurveda, complications, all the things, explanation. But when I do the master studies, our main object is we need to find traditional Ayurvedic formulas in the society or in the Ola leaves or in the books. It means a traditional formula or Ayurvedic formula, and we need to arrange the protocol and check these medicinal formula is effective the particular disease. I got the Ola leaf manuscript. I found this from the one of Buddhist monk from Haliyagoda Dhammapala Venerable. He is a mental disease physician, traditional physician, and I'll find the formula of this Ola leaf manuscript. Then I'll review this formula with my teachers. It indicates these ingredients: Apasumadu, Frigidia fortifolia, Enderomul, Resinus communis, Inguru, Singibu officinale, Konlu, Bilicosus bilifoli, Kuburu atta, Madhangu, Murunga potu, Rapnetol. These are the 8 ingredients to prepare this special decoction or kashaya. I like to introduce my methodology of the research. I take the 2 groups and with the dietary management and give to the vegetarian diet and use the herbal decoction. 2 groups included this with 1 group with the only decoction, the second group with Panchakarma treatment plus this decoction. I got all the patients from voluntary patients from the obesity clinics of both Ayurvedic hospitals, Pusalla Ayurvedic Hospital and Molligoda Ayurvedic Hospitals in Sri Lanka. All the included criteria with 30%. The clinical settings, the group 1, group A, given only the decoction, group B, given only the decoction and purgative formula. Inclusion criteria, I'll check with the body weight and BMI, then I categorize to get who I get. With all the 20 to 60 years, and exclusive criteria is who has a serious cardiac problem, myocardial infarctions, cardiac failure, hypertension, pregnancy, or breastfeeding mother who has suffered a long time with the different kinds of physical illness. I'll check the measure of the weight with the weight balance, regular balance, and a part of that BMI, I use BMI calculators, and I measure the skin fold thickness of all patients before the treatment and after the treatments. Even the waist hip ratio too. A part of that, I'll do some hematological investigation, the fasting blood sugar and lipid profile. I use accurate collaborated labs related who work with the hospitals in Ayurveda. Preparation herbal formula. This is the recipe of this decoction preparation. Ratnitol is a Plumbago indica. We need to purify before the procedure. Here is this. And dietary management, monitoring. I'll have a clinical settings with who admitted the hospital for the Panchakarma procedure, and then I'll start with the medicine decoction procedure. Here is the result analysis, age-wise distribution, age-wise distribution. You can see marital state distribution, number of children, number of education level, religion-wise. This all the two groups are quite similar, 99% similar. And then I'll go to the check with the BMI and weight. Before BT means before treatment, AT means after treatment. Weight and BMI. Here's the significance. I'll analyze the data with SPSS systems, paired and independent, paired sample t-test and independent sample t-test. The body circumference and skin fold thickness, blood sugar, finally, I like to go through the discussions regarding to this weight and BMI. After all the procedures, because 21 days decoction only with the group A, and the group B, Panchakarma procedures for the 7 days, Achapana and Vireka, and after that 5 days Achapana, and then 1 day Vireka, and then after the 21 days decoction procedure. Both groups significantly reduce their weight. But when you compare with the A and B, the B group has increased, number of patients are increased than the group A with the positive result. A patient with the group A and B significantly show decrease the weight and BMI level comparison to the level of the same parameter before the treatment. According to that, medicine with the treatment as well as only the medicine better to reduce the weight and BMI. A purgation procedure and herbal formula effect of the management over weight and obesity. After the Deepada Pachana Snehana procedure, we apply the Virechana and then go to the herbal decoction treatment. Herbal formula, especially Moringa, Kollu, Inguru, are there very effectiveness with the reduced weight. Body circumference, skin fold thickness, data indicate different superscripted letters. You can see the changes. Fasting blood sugar, not much, but they also reduce. Lipid profile, some of them reduce their lipid profile very good. Some of them little bit increase with the LDL level. But after that, the whole procedure is finished, like 21 days and Panchakarma plus 21 days, and after 2 weeks, I'll check with the cholesterol level and the blood pressure, blood sugar, they are normal. Conclusion of these studies, it was hypothesis that management overweight and obesity control collaborated with the kashaya or decoction with the Panchakarma procedure. Despite having has related large number of patients, we need to compare, because I used to these studies for the 60, but I need to arrange with a large number and the different area of the Sri Lanka, I can get more better results. I hope so. I plan to develop this research in future. The result of the BMI value decreasing, which evaluate the management of overweight and obesity shows. And hypothetically, it says proved with this result, and also cholesterol. The group B and group A both to reduce LDL cholesterol, skin fold thickness, waist circumference, bicep, tricep, subscapular, superiliac circumstances, and skin fold thickness. As a result, it's significantly that there was a visual normalized difference of the patient who were treated along with the Panchakarma procedure. In the meantime, it was highlighted that the participant more enthusiastic and complete the treatment procedure when they are related along with the Panchakarma procedure. Some of patients not reduce the total cholesterol and triglyceride level. Then after this research period, I'll continue with them the Gokshuradi Google plus dietary regime, like the vegetarian meals. They are after the 2 weeks. It means after total 21 days plus Panchakarma 7 days is meant 28 days, and after 2 weeks, and then after the again 2 weeks, like 14 days and 28 days. After that, I will check all the patients with the blood pressure, cholesterol, and fasting blood. All are very good result. Here is some recommendation regarding to my presentation, and hopefully you get the idea about my results and everything. Thank you so much. Here is my working place. You can visit it. Thank you. Ayubowan.
Okay, let me thank Dr. Ms. Hiroshini Amarasinghe for her presentation from faraway Sri Lanka. And since she was the last presenting member of this morning round, we can now have a lunch break, which will be until 3:15, so 15:15 of the Prague's time. Here we will continue with Dr. Erevati Prasad and his presentation, which is called Exploration of the Role of Ayurveda in Healthy Aging, and he will be presenting from India. So ladies and gentlemen, dear viewers and listeners on YouTube around the world, let me thank you for your kind attention, and we will be looking forward to meeting you again in the afternoon at 3:15 of Central European Time here in Prague in World Health Congress 2023. And now enjoy your lunch. Thank you for your attention. Dear ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome you back to the 2023 World Health Congress Prague, and it gives me great pleasure to welcome you after the lunch break, and we can continue with our program with the presentation of Dr. Revati Prasad, who will be in connection with us from India, and the name of the presentation is Exploration of the Role of Ayurveda in Healthy Aging.
Sir, now I am visible, right?
Yes, now we can see you and we can hear you
Okay.
as well. Thank you for
Okay, thank
joining
you.
us.
Thank you,
And you
sir.
can start.
Respected delegates, I am Dr. Revati Prasad, Assistant Professor, Department of Kaya Chikitsa from Government Ayurveda College, Trippunithura, Kerala, India. Today, I wish to talk on the topic exploration of the role of Ayurveda in healthy aging. Contents of my presentation include introduction, methodology, results, discussion, and conclusion. Coming to introduction, Jara is a Sanskrit word. It means aging. It is considered as a Swabhavika Vyadhi. Swabhavika Vyadhi, it means a naturally occurring disease as per Acharya Sushruta, the father of surgery. Then the world, especially India is actually reeling under the threat of a demographic time bomb, which means the aging population of the aged is increasing. But the quality of life of those people is not at all good. That most of the aged, as they get aged, people become prone to various diseases. So the quality of life is indeed bad, and it can result only in cropping old age homes. It's really unfortunate. So healthy aging is indeed the need of the hour. Science of life, Ayurveda, adds life to years. The methodology adopted in the study was a qualitative in-depth interview of 11 apparently healthy individuals aged above 80 years, irrespective of gender. And it was based on a questionnaire incorporating Ubastambas. Ubastambas means in Ayurveda, Ubastambas indicate the pillars of life. Okay. So there are actually 4 pillars, which are Ahara, Nidra, Vyayama, and Brahmacharya. So ahara means the food, diet pattern adopted by people. Nidra means sleep. Vyayama, exercises. And Brahmacharya, celibacy. So the questionnaire of this study was based on these 4 upastambas. So under ahara, the questions were asked in order to know more about the time of intake of food, frequency of food, amount of food, ahara kalas, veg, non-veg preferences, preferred rasas or tastes in food, vargas included. Vargas means again diet, different categories of food included. Then consumption of bakery and soft drinks. Then under nidra or sleep, time of sleep, duration of sleep, whether there was a day sleep, whether they used to resort to day sleep, the nature of sleep. These were the subjects included under the questionnaire on nidra or sleep. Then vyayama, exercises, type of exercise adopted and duration of exercises were also being inquired upon. Then under brahmacharya or celibacy, whether they were married or unmarried, age of marriage, duration of sexual life, and number of children were also being asked upon to these 11 apparently healthy individuals whom I interviewed. And these, they are the healthy individuals, apparently healthy individuals whom I interviewed. 11 were there. And the youngest one was 80-year-old and the oldest one was 102-year-old. All of them were apparently healthy in the sense they were devoid of any sort of systemic illnesses. Then the results which I obtained from my study was all these 11 individuals, they used to resort to Kale Bhojanam. Kale Bhojanam means timely intake of food. As per Ayurveda, timely intake of food is considered to be the best cause for being healthy, for remaining healthy. Kale Bhojanam Arogya Karanam Sreshtam. The Sanskrit verse states so. Then 50% of these 11 individuals practiced, they had only vegetarian diet. 80% of them followed Ubavasa. Ubavasa means fasting every month. Then all of them preferred Takra. Takra means buttermilk among the milk products, Kshira Vikriti. Then all of them preferred homemade food and they included seasonally available, naturally grown fruits in diet. We know that most of the fruits available in markets are now subjected to pesticides, so not at all good for the body. So they used to have only naturally grown, seasonally available fruits. Then except 2, rest all preferred Madhura Rasa Pradhana Aharas, that is sweet rasa, sweet food items which are predominant of sweet taste. Then all of them had limited food. In Ayurveda, there is a verse stating that Jadharam Pured Arthamannehi Bhagam Jalenaja Vayo Sanjaranarthaya Chadurtham Avasheshet. It means our stomach should be filled half only with food. Then rest 1/4 portion should be filled with water, and rest 1/4 portion should be remained vacant. So this is the principle of taking food as per Ayurveda, and all of them used to follow that. Then, except two, rest of them were strong devotees of particular religion which they followed. Then, reading was the main hobby of 80% of those individuals. Then, Abhyanga means applying oil over the body, oil massage, especially Siro Abhyanga, head oil massage was practiced by all of them. Then, all of them used to rise and sleep early. Then Diva Swapna or day sleep was followed only by one among the 11 individuals. As per Ayurveda, this day sleep is not at all good for body and it can vitiate the three doshas of the body. Then nobody practiced special vyayamas other than physical work. When I inquired them about the nature of vyayama exercise which they used to adopt, they said me that they used to engage in all the household chores, household activities. They never used to take or rest in the sense they do not waste any time. They used to engage themselves with the family, and they used to do whatever they can do. I mean, small kind of exercise in the sense household chores. They used to help their children in all the household activities, and they told me that that itself was sufficient enough to fulfill the exercise need of their body. Then all of them followed Sadvrita to a great extent. Sadvrita means it is a code of conduct mentioned in Ayurveda. All of them followed it to a great extent. One of them followed celibacy, brahmacharya. Then Ayurveda was the first treatment of choice for all kind of illnesses for all these 11 individuals. So we know that nowadays, whenever people get, due to this fast moving world, actually world is fast moving. So whenever a person gets affected with a disease, they need to get rid of that as fast as possible. So they used to resort to modern medicine, and sometimes, most often, for example, if a person gets affected with fever, they used to curb that fever by taking paracetamol, like Dolo, or like such sorts of drugs anyway, whatever it is. So that is actually for getting completely out of the disease as fast as possible. But in Ayurveda, it's not like that. In order, it's not at all just a symptomatic medicine. I mean, when a person affected with a disease, Ayurveda advocates the treatment which is not focused just only on symptomatic cure, but it cures the disease right from its root cause. So the cause is also removed. So that is a mode of treatment adopted in Ayurveda. But most of the people do not follow that now because it may take some time, right? But no one is able to dedicate that much time for their body. But these 11 individuals whom I interviewed, fortunately, they used to choose only Ayurveda as the first line of treatment whenever they get affected with any kind of disease. Then all of them were socially engaged people. Like one of them, the oldest one whom I interviewed, he was one of the best teachers of our state, and he received the best teachers award from Dr. Rajendra Prasad, our first president of India. And all of them, like him, others also were much socially engaged in all kind of activities. So they never used to sit idle. So that itself is very important in aged population. It is very necessary to be engaged in public. And they didn't have any sort of addictions, and all of them were devoid of stress. Stress is indeed the real peril of today, right? So these people, 11 individuals, I really congratulate their family. They had a strong family support. So the family support which they received itself helped them to be devoid of stress. Then, as per Ayurveda, Vishado Roga Vardhananam Sreshtam. Stress is one of the main reasons for vitiating all kinds of diseases. Then coming to the discussion, Ayurvedic mode of lifestyle was followed without any predetermination by these 11 individuals. See, none of them had any sort of Ayurvedic background, okay? But still, whatever they followed was somehow related with Ayurveda. Then Nityam Hidahara Vihara Sevi Samikshagari Visheshwasakta Dada Samasatyavara Kshamavan Aptoba Sevija Bhavatyara. That means one who always resorts to desirable food and regimen, one who is objective, one who is apathetic to sensual affairs, one who is generous, one who is straightforward, one who is honest, having patience, and who values traditional wisdom will never be affected by diseases. This verse is from Ashtanga Hridaya, one of the main books of Ayurveda. then healthy aged should be the spokespersons of Ayurveda. They are actually the spokespersons of Ayurveda. Then coming to conclusion, Ayurveda states there are three types of desires. Okay, one is praneshana, desire to live. One is dhaneshana, desire to acquire wealth, and other one is paralogeshana, desire to have a good life after death. So praneshana itself is a very important type of ashana, desire, and it can easily be fulfilled with Ayurveda. Lifestyle is the medicine and culture is the spoon. Words of Dr. David Cates. So Ayurveda should be adopted as a lifestyle and can indeed be made a culture to have a healthy life ahead. So respect the aged. It's your future whom we see on them. So they should always be respected. Thank you.
Okay, let me thank Dr. Revati Prasad for her presentation. And because we got still some time left, may I ask you, there's a question that we got from one of our listeners or viewers on YouTube. Can I ask that question?
Sure, sir, you may ask. Sure.
Uh-huh. I will read it. How did you come to practice Ayurveda? What was your way? How did you get to Ayurveda practicing?
Ayurveda practicing, I was in my country after our 12th standard, we have to choose what type of degree which we are going to acquire. So my desire was to become a doctor. And so for that, I had opted Ayurveda itself after writing the entrance. And it was how I joined, in that manner, I joined the course. And right now I'm working as an assistant professor in a college in Kerala itself. And here we have many patients. It is a medical college, so many patients that I get several chances to meet different kind of cases. And really, I preach and practice Ayurveda now. I consider it as a blessing.
Thank you for your explanation. And in the meantime, we got another question. So may I read it to you?
Sure, sir, you can.
So the question is, do you have any simple advice for what we can all do every day to age as healthily as possible? That's what you were just presenting, but it's maybe some succinct, summed up, simple advice. Really easy.
Sir, okay. In order to remain healthy, always to keep aging at bay or to have a graceful aging, Ayurveda, as I already mentioned in my presentation, advocates several principles. Okay, like dinacharya and rudacharya are actually the main keys mentioned in Ayurveda to remain healthy. Okay, so it starts right from waking up early from the bed and just going to bed at night. Whatever we have to do, whatever we should practice in our daily life, as being mentioned in Ayurveda. So it's not possible for me to say at least a single point. Anyway, I can say one point, that to remain always happy, develop a pleasing mind, okay, and live in a good manner, be righteous always, be smile at everyone. Be having a good heart itself can delay our aging. That is a simple advice. Okay, it is just I can't say that there are several things in Ayurveda for becoming healthy or to remain healthy always. It's just a simple tip from my side. Okay, being an Ayurveda doctor, I just say so. Thank you
very much. Thank you very much for your answers and for your prompt how to age healthily with Ayurveda. And you are a great inspiration to us, to all of us.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much.
And we are very pleasant way of talking to us. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, sir. I too consider it as a great opportunity to be here to present a topic, to represent my country. It's really a blessing, and always I look forward to be a part of World Health Congress every year to present a paper. And very happy to see all of you. Thank you, sir.
And it was a very big honor for us to have you here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
If I may ask you to cancel now the share screen so that we can return back to our normal.
Sure, sir. Okay.
I can put it from here.
Okay.
Something like that. Yep, that's perfect. Okay. So many thanks one more time. And now we should have proceed to the presentation of Mr. Suryanarayana Udadla. However, we were not able to connect him And since we also don't have the pre-recorded presentation, we will have to wait for another presenter who is Dr. Radhika Injamuri with her presentation of Ayurvedic management of common behavioral disorders in children, again from India. And in the meantime, let me remind you that if you want to follow also other channels of this Congress, which are being broadcast and streamed live, you can find them as a whole one or two, but we will be happy if you return to our whole three for the next presentation, which starts at a 3:45. So let me thank you now for your attention, and we'll be back at a 3:45 p.m. Central European Time here in Prague.
Namaste, one and all. I welcome all of you on behalf of Institute of Traditional, Complementary and Integrative Medicine for conducting the World Health Congress 2023. First of all, I congratulate the entire team of organization for giving me this wonderful opportunity to share my teeny knowledge on this platform. Also, I congratulate the organization for organizing such a knowledge-oriented programs worldwide, for giving the wide opportunity for the healthcare professionals. Let us coming to my topic today. I have been dealing a critical review on Ayurvedic management of common respiratory elements in children. As all of you know that Ayurveda pediatrics, nothing but pediatrics in Ayurveda, one among 8 branches of Ayurveda, has been given first place by the renowned Ayurvedic pediatrician Kashyapa, renowned scholar. Let us go into the details of why this topic has been chosen. As myself, Dr. Suryanarayana M, and working as associate professor and pediatric consultant, working in postgraduate department, Ayurvedic Medical College and Hospital, Koppal, Karnataka, India. The purpose of choosing this topic is, among various diseases in children, the children attending OPD with maximum number of cases are respiratory elements. Like if the pediatrician sees 100 cases per day, almost 70 to 80% of the cases comes with the respiratory complaints because of the immaturity or the physiological and anatomical course of a child, allowing to have a more infections or maybe the more allergies or more diseases related to the respiratory system. Because of that reason, by this topic has been chosen. And see, this is the basic anatomy of the respiratory system in a child. See that you can see the nasal cavity, pharynx, epiglottis, okay, the tonsils, which this part up to this part comes under, up to the epiglottis, it comes under the upper respiratory tract, and from there the larynx, the trachea, then bronchus. The bronchus is getting into the bronchi, left and right, and into the right lung, the pleura, diaphragm. Okay, the functional unit of the lung is alveoli, having the alveolar spaces. See here the few reasons why the child is more prone for the respiratory issues, because see that the developmental vulnerability, especially immaturity and lack of bronchioles. The bronchioles are not developed in under development stage. The internal diameter of the airways in a child is very small. That is the reason why the children come across with the foreign body obstruction in the respiratory tract, because there is a narrowest part. And not only that, and we can see the wheezing or maybe the respiratory sounds easily observed in children, because the narrowing part of the trachea and bronchus, the any inflammatory changes or any obstruction like a mucus or kapha causing the airway obstruction and resulting in a dyspnea or maybe the abnormal respiratory sounds are established in children because of this smaller or narrow airway. Okay, the children also have a higher respiratory rates than adults, making them more susceptible to agents in the air. Like the on an average, adult respiratory rate is a 16 to 20. In children, up even it goes up to 40, 20 to 40. And the other lungs are smaller, highly compliant airways, inefficient respiratory muscles. Once again, the still musculature, like respiratory system and cardiac and respiratory, both are controlled by the involuntary muscles. Okay, so the muscles are also not fully developed, and because of that also the undergoes fatigue and prone to the disease. Immature immunological barrier. So even immunity is still in a growing stage up to 5 to 6 years of age. So always we talk about any mortality and morbidity in children under 5, because they are immunologically not developed, and the immunological barrier of the lung is also not developed, since the children are more prone for the infections and allergens. Okay, so the same thing is dealt in Ayurveda in terms of aparipakva dhatu, like the aparipakva means the dhatus or tissues are still in a maturing state, or they are not matured. Aparipakva dhatu, or absence of maturation of dhatus or tissues, including pranavahasrutas. Okay, and asampurna balam. The balam refers to the immunity. The children are having very less immunity, since they are more prone for the infection. Sukumara, they are very, very delicate in their structures, and that leads to susceptibility of the respiratory diseases. They are very, very frequent in children. Okay, coming to the few diseases which are common and their management through Ayurveda. Okay, let us discuss on this platform. Like aerophagia, this is quite common. Almost all the breastfeed babies are suffering aerophagia in the first 6 months of life, because they will be swallowing air along with the breast milk, and which causes the noisy breathing, or the symptoms like a respiratory system, but they are not exactly because of the respiratory system. But most of the children bringing by the parents with the complaint of like abnormal noisy breathing, and this is only because of the aerophagia, which can be managed by just burping. It is a technique where the child is kept over the shoulder and given the gentle pressure over the abdomen. The abdomen should touches the shoulder, and just give the gentle pressure over the back of the child so that the air comes out. Here does not require any treatment, but we must ensure that this respiratory complaint like a sneezing, coughing, runny nose, so quite commonly experienced by the almost every neonate and every infant below 6 months of life, those are on breastfeed. So which can be managed even with apart from that, if the children having any coexisting cough or sneezing, such a respiratory reflexes, where we can use Ayurvedic medicine, which is called Himalayan drug, Himalaya company preparing drug that is called Brazil drops, which is a combination of 3 drugs where like Vasa, Haridra are the major, Tulasi are the major contents. Even they are having the antimicrobial property as well as anti-allergic property, and more they are useful for the useful as a bronchodilators. So since this we can use like in form of or any those drugs in the form of drops can be used in a child below the age of 6 months or less than age of 1 year without any side effects. This is important and nothing to worry and no need to think about any side effects. And we had a vast experience in this, and the children are getting a very good result by giving the drops. So this is all about aerophagia, and the next one is laryngomalacia. So it is also part of the prematurity, and the prevalence is very high. You can see that 45 to 75% of all infants with congenital stridor. Stridor means noisy breathing. Even without using stat, you can listen to children. And altered laryngeal tone. So the laryngeal tone is altered and the stridor is produced. Okay, so even in a modern, they will be giving, like in allopathic medicine, they will be giving vitamin D3. Apart from that, there are no any medications. So where we can manage very well through Ayurveda. So that the reason is like aparipakva dhatu, immaturity of the respiratory system, like larynx, upper respiratory tract, a part of the upper respiratory tract, where the treatment is aimed at swarna, like swasahara chikissa. So of course the pranavashrota is involved, where we use of very commonly is a swarna prashana, nothing but the drops of golden. Okay, so gold prepared drops, like gold is made into the nanoparticles and combined with the honey and ghee, and which will be converted into the drops. From 2 to 5 drops will be given for a period of 1 month. And majority cases have been treated with this Swarna Prashana, which is so effective and which is one of the unique procedure mentioned in Ayurvedic pediatrics one can use. And even the toxicological studies have been done over this, and no single study suggested any toxicity of this medicine, and which can be used very, very effectively. Okay, so and apart from that, even can be used like Brazol, once again, which increases the tonicity of the musculature, nothing but larynx, and other form of drugs like Spasma and Brazol. Of course, they are that herbal drugs converted into the syrup or drops form, which can be used cautiously. And a few case studies have been elaborated here. 8 months baby brought with the noisy breathing since birth. The child was born preterm. Otherwise, he was normal, but parents were more bothered about the noisy breathing, which is called stridor, and where what we have discussed, the same medication has been given for 1 month, and almost the child was free from the above complaint. And coming to the very common problem, like among 75% to 80% of the children are suffering from respiratory problems. Among them, the pratisha is nothing but rhinitis. It is quite common. Either it is due to the allergy or infectious causes like a bacteria or viruses. Okay, or very commonly we come across like a flu. Any one of that can be compared with the pratisha in Ayurveda. Okay, so in this where the symptoms are like everybody knows, like sneezing, heaviness in the head, stiffness and pain in the body are the prodromal symptom of common cold or pratishaya. So where they're classified into 4, like Vata, Pitta, Kapha and Sannipataja. So see, like we cannot go away from the doshic involvement. So here once again, if it is a Vata, then the symptoms are mentioned like there is a watery, clear watery discharge and excessive sneezing are there. And mukha shows the dryness of the oral and nasal cavity, and these are the important features. And when coming to the pitta, the features like fever and the burning sensation in the nasal cavity, and there are some ulceration in the nasal cavity and oral cavity we can see. Kaphaja pratishaya, then there is a heaviness of the head and the thick or the cold discharge from the nose is considered a nasal itching, especially in allergic conditions where you can come across the nasal itching, and which is quite common in Kapha Pratishaya. So these are the different other causes for the upper respiratory infections. And coming to the treatment, you can understand the treatment of Pratishaya in two ways, as a Amavastha and Pakvavastha. Like Amavastha means an acute stage of Pratishaya, where you can give the symptoms like loss of taste and loss of taste, nasal discharge, restlessness, and sneezing are the features, and fever is the important feature in Pratishaya. It is important to know the avastha, because like most of the Ayurvedic people know about the Nashya karma, which is performed in case of rhinitis, but not in Amavastha, in Pakvavastha only. If you do in Amavastha, the Pratishaya may increase. So we must know what are the procedures can be done or cannot be done. So for that purpose, and to the initiate the appropriate Ayurvedic management. So whereas Pakvavastha, where the child will have some sticky discharges, and also the lightness they will be feeling, and these are the important features. And Amavastha, an acute stage where the child is having less than 3 to 5 days history, where you can use Vetumaran Gulika. It is one of the classical preparation used in Amavastha. Godanti Basma, as well as Mrutyunjay Ras, they are one of the best drug of choice. And apart from that, Bhumyamlaki, Amblica officinalis is Amlaki. Philanthus niruri, it is a Bhumi Amlaki, where it is wonderful medicine mentioned for the Jwara Swasa Kasa. And Guduchi Sattva Nirosil, these are the drugs also can be used very, very effectively. And coming to the Rasausadhis, which is Naradi Lakshmi Vilasaras, also can be treated effectively. And apart from that, Dashamula Katutrayi, a very popular drug, Dashamula and Katutrayi, Trikatu, nothing but pepper, ginger, and long pepper. And this is a best Vata and Kafahara, and it is a common dosha involved in many respiratory diseases, like even Swasa and bronchial asthma. Any dyspneic conditions, Vata and Kapha are the major doshas are involved, since this is one of the best drug of choice where you can opt for your patients. And Indukanta Kashayam, which is also the Amapachaka and Deepana Pachana and Swasahara, Amrutotara Kashaya, in all Amavastha and acute conditions, where it is one of the wonderful drug where one can practice it, and which is being practiced in our regular practice. Okay, so the same drugs are being given in viral rhinitis and chronic sinusitis. Once again, you have to go with the Tikshna Dravyas like Vyosha, Divati. Vyosha is nothing but, once again, your Trikatu, like pepper, ginger, and long pepper powder brought into the tablet form, which is a wonderful drug. Or you can use Trikatu Churna, Chitraka Haritiki, and which is one like wonderful Rasayana. Naradi Lakshmi Vilasaras, which is the drug where you can use Rasosdi, but it is a wonderful drug. And coming to the bronchial asthma, where this is very, very common, and majority children requires anti-inflammatory as well as bronchodilators, and steroidal treatment is required, where in Ayurveda it can be understood easily, like it is mentioned as a Vata Kapha Pradhana, means the doshas involved in bronchial asthma is Vata Kapha and Pitta Sthana Samudbhava, since where this can be used like Dashamula Katutra, the same drug of choice, is a wonderful drug. And Vasa Resta, it is also a beautiful drug, and you can give according to the availability. Vasa Grita, Vasa Kantakari Grita, and Kanakasava, of course, which can be used after 7 years, as Datura is one of the drug, atropine is one of the herbal drug is present, so cautiously to be used. And really we get wonderful results, and evident case studies we have, like there are 2 cases have been shared here. You can see the 26 months old child had diagnosed as with the bronchial asthma, allergic bronchial asthma, and another child diagnosed with the bronchial asthma at the age of 5 years, and he was on the steroidal inhaler, but still he was quite managed with Ayurvedic treatment and with the above drugs. And coming to the cough, the same line of treatment can be used Okay, so based on whether it is acute or chronic, based on that, the same drug of choice, whatever the drugs so far we have discussed, they can be used in a management of the like respiratory disorders, basic drugs like Dashmulakatutrai, Talisadi Churna, Sitofaladi Churna. Okay, so the common drugs like Trekatu Churna. And if the country or if the people there, like the organizations like medical organizations, they allow to use mineral preparations can be combined for the effective result. This is the way where we can better wonderful results, and the yielding the confidence of the patients. Okay, and some of the immune enhancers also can add like Chavanpras, Kushmanda Rasayana, Swamala, Ashwagandha Rasayana, very known drugs. Definitely they will be increasing the immunity, since the children are having lack of immunity, and they will be improved their immunity, and the frequency of infections will be decreased. In this way, we are getting a wonderful results, and um, one can use without any hesitation. Okay, so like the couple of cases we are treating through Ayurveda, especially pediatric cases in a different conditions. Okay, so hope the presentation is helpful, and if you have any questions and answers, if you wanted to seek some answers, please mail to the TCISM organization. I am there here to clarify your doubts regarding any Ayurvedic pediatric related topics. Thank you once again. I extend my sincere gratitude to the ICTCIM for giving me this opportunity to share my tiny knowledges. Thank you, one and all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back continuing with our 2023 World Health Congress Prague, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce another presentation from Dr. Radhika Injamuri, who is an associate professor of Department of Kaumara Bharatiya, and her lecture is Ayurvedic Management of Common Behavioral Disorders in Children.
Good afternoon. Welcome you all to the World Health Congress 2023 Prague. Myself, Dr. Radhika Injamuri. Today I am here to share my deliberations on topic Ayurvedic Management of Common Behavioral Disorders in Children. According to Center for Disease Control and Prevention, behavioral problems are affecting 8.9%, that is approx 5.5 million of children aged 3 to 17 years. The incidences are increasing with irregular lifestyle modifications of parents, leading to the genetic susceptibility, which in turn are the cause for mutations in the generations to come. Here I am putting forth the effort to just give a basic note on Ayurvedic management strategies available, which are proven to be effective. There are good number of behavioral disorders to list upon, but here I have listed quite common ones in any pediatric practice. The list goes as breath holding spells, bedwetting, pica, autism, ADHD, and mental retardation. Coming to the breath holding spells, these are the reflexive events which occur due to provocative event that causes anger, frustration, or pain, and the child starts crying. So when a child is being asked for anything which has not been provided, then the moment the child gets into anger and frustrations and start crying. And usually it starts above 6 months and remains peak at 2 years and slowly gets reduced by the growing age. And the most common underlying cause is said to be the high pampering by the parents. And in this condition, the child stops crying at a point of the full expiration, and because of and holds the breath, due to which the child becomes apneic, cyanotic, or pale, and the child may become unconscious and appears as a seizure activity, which is most difficult part for a parent to take up. In coming to this management, as in breath holding spells, iron deficiency is said to be a remote cause. So hence iron supplementation is suggested with iron-rich foods and Medhyarasayana and Satvavajaya Chikitsa. Coming to the second disease, common one is bedwetting, which is termed as when a child passes urine on bed at least twice in a week for at least 3 consecutive months, and the age of the child to be of minimum of 5 years. And this is of two types, primary and secondary. And this is going to be another based on the time, like diurnal and nocturnal. And the causes are like the organic causes goes as myelomeniingocele, spina bifida, and the most common consideration goes to the non-organic causes like psychological stress, sleep disorders, school change of the child, neuro maturational or developmental disorders, or the genetic disorders. Secondary causes goes with UTI, constipation, worm infestation, diabetes, and school change, and any new child born to the within the family, or any sudden death of a person in the family. The Ayurvedic management, the root of Coccinea grandis is being given, and Balarishta, Murva, Medhyarasayanas, and the child is said to undergo the main behavioral therapy, that is the alarm therapy, and non-pharmacological therapy, that is alarm therapy, and toilet training, also a motivation therapy, along with Satvavajaya Chikitsa. Coming to the pica, this is said to as having a non-nutritive substance intake at least for a period of 1 month in less than 5 years, and the causes could be mental retardation, pure socio economic status in which the child suffer with malnutrition, and hence the child may tend to take such non-nutritive foods, like it could be plastic, charcoal, paint, earth, mud, soil, any such, and also sometimes with parasitic infestations. So the Ayurvedic management is said to be as in Ayurveda, it is said to be as Mritpakshajanya Pandu. It could be correlated with this disease, and where the vitiation is due to ingestion of Mrit, and that is the mud or soil which has a different rasa has been identified. The mud or soil which is going to have a Madhura rasa increases Kapha, and Kashaya rasa, that is astringent rasa, is going to increase Vata, and Ushara is going to increase the Pitta. And the Dushas are Rasavashrutas, and Sangha is going to be the obstruction of the channels, the Shrutas. And the management is Shodhana, where Virechana is to be done, the purgation therapy, and Tiktarasa processed foods, or the Grita, that is the clarified butter, is to be given, and the worm infestation treatment, that is antihelminthic. Ayurvedic drugs are suggested, and Satvavajaya Chikitsa, and addition, iron supplementation in the form of food and medicine has to be given to the child. And coming to the most common the disorder seen as autism, in which a child appears to be having this particular disorder at 3 to 5 year old, and the cardinal or the hallmark feature is going to be lack of social and communication skills, and there won't be any reciprocal social interaction with a stereotypic behavior and restricted interest in activities, but isolated remarkable talent will be seen in the children. These children doesn't have a peer relationship, and they lack sharing with the peer group, and no reciprocal emotional reciprocity is expected, and there will be a delay in the speech. And the management is identified by or planned with the predominance of the dosha and the severity of the condition, where Deepana Pachana Aushadha are given, and the Medhyarasayana and Ushnavirya Dravyas, like Deepana Pachana Aushadhi, like Chitrakadivati, Mrudu Rechana with Abhyarista if the child has any other issues of constipation, and Medhyarasayanas like Saraswati Grita are to be given internally and as nasya, that is through the nasal route, the same Medhya ghritas, that is the clarified butter form of medicated ghritta, medicated clarified butter is going to be instilled through the nostrils and externally the Kshira Bala Taila to elevate the vata, and also Vasti, the enema therapy can be planned with any Vatahara Dravyas. Also added up with Shirodhara, that is either it can be a Thailadhara, preferably a Thailadhara. The oil, medicated oils can be chosen and to be dropped over the forehead so that the calmness of the child will be brought, and also the diet plays a bigger role, like unsaturated fats, fish, lean meat, fresh fruits and vegetables, more intake of water, and gluten and casein free diet is suggested, where the barley and wheat and the such grains are to be avoided, and the diet plan should be like nourishing the Majja Dhatu and balancing the Vata dosha. And the other disease is the ADHD, attention deficit and hyperactivity disorder, where 8.4% of the children are suffering with this, and more of the cases, the incidences are increasing. Here the child appears with the three main cardinal features, that is attention deficit, hyperactivity, inattentive, and impulsive, being impulsive. And this disease is going to be should begin within 7 years of age, and it should be for 6 months and not to be secondary to any other disease, and the same behavior should persist in 2 different conditions. And the main cardinal features are inattentive, hyperactive, and impulsive. So the child will be inattentive, that is having early distraction, difficulty in sustaining attention, being forgetful, fails to do school works and gets confused. And hyperactivity represented in form of fidgeting with hands and feet, squirms in a seat, runs or climbs, and non-stop talking, can't sit in one place or cannot do the tasks which are being given. And also the third cardinal feature is impulsive, being impulsive, so where the child cannot wait for the turn in the games or any of the activities, blurts out answers to questions and interrupts the conversations. So the Ayurvedic management for this, where the child usually given a brain calming techniques like Shirodhara with the medicated butter, which includes the medicated treatment medicated butter, buttermilk, and cold substances application of with the medicated herbs over the head, and Medhya Rasayana with Shitavirya Dravyas. So the Medhya Rasayanas are nothing but the nootropic drugs, and there are a good number of choices for the Kalyana, the medicated sutras like Kalyana Krita, Ashtamangala Krita, and the enema with any of the customized as for the child, the medicated ghee to be chosen, and also the Satvavajaya Chikitsa. And coming to mental retardation, so this is again one more common disease which has been since ages, and the disease causes goes with different domains, like in intrauterine period or at the time of birth, prenatal, perinatal, and postnatal causes. The management, the brain stimulants, that is nootropic drugs, are especially Ushnavirya Medhya Rasayanas are to be chosen, and the Shirodhara with medicated oils can be done, and Vasti and Nasya, that is nasal drop installation with the Medhya drugs, and also the Satvavajaya Chikitsa. So here in all the most of the behavioral disorders, we have come across the word Medhya Rasayana. So what does it mean is it is a nootropic herbs which are used to boost the cognitive abilities. So we have good number of such in Ayurveda, like Manduka Parni, which is said as Centella asiatica, Guduchi, Tinospora cordifolia, Shankapushpi, Convolvulus pluricolis, Kushmanda, Banancasa hispida. All these are like etc. And such drugs can be used alone or and a polyherb preparations. So hence these are going to be increasing the cognitive abilities in a child. And coming to the Avajaya Chikitsa, Sattva is mana, that is mind, and Avaja, that is conquering or getting a win over, that is controlling over a mind, is said to be Sattva Avajaya Chikitsa. As even in the physical disorders, the manas, that is the mind has, that is if a child has a strong will, it is going to help to cure even the physical diseases. In such, this Sattva-Avajaya Chikitsa, which is said to be as a trance therapy or psychotherapy or a clinical hypnosis, is said to elevate the vata, which contains an Panchamahabhuta like air and ether, which has the children which are suffering with this will be having a Manoguna as Rajasika, which is a catabolic and anabolic in nature, and withdrawal of mind from unwholesome object is said to be Sattva-Avajaya, or the treatment to achieve self-control. So in which the yoga is said to be the best, and the self-hypnosis therapy like positive suggestions and counseling plays a greater role. And also added with the Sattva-Avajaya Chikitsa includes assurance, retraining of the ideas, replacement of emotions, regulation of thought processes, channeling of the presumptions, proper guidance, and control of the patients. So with all this, we can bring a lot of change in the children's behavior, and added with the parent should have a consistent behavior, and the plan of treatment should always include for school age children and teens. The effective treatment is going to be a combination of training and therapy that includes the child, family, and the school. So with all this, I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Earlier in 2021 also, I had this presentation of poster presentation, and now I have given this oral presentation, and in the coming future days, hoping to meet in person. Thank you.
And from our side, many thanks to Dr. Radhika Injamuri for her presentation. And now let's turn to Sofian Ben Aissa, who is joining us from Tunisia. And the name of the presentation is The Use of Herbs for Decreasing Impulsivity in Patients with Bipolar Disorder. Mr. Sofian Ben Aissa, welcome.
Hi everyone, thank you.
And yeah, we are ready for your lesson. Thank you for joining us, and you can start.
Thank you. So, hello everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you. So my name is Sofian Ben Aissa, and I'm a psychiatry resident from Tunisia working at Razi Hospital. And today I'm going to present to you my oral presentation about the use of herbs for decreasing impulsivity in patients with bipolar disorder. So for the introduction, we know all that bipolar disorder is a complex mental illness that affects millions of individuals worldwide, and it touches 1 to 3% approximately. It's a mental health condition that is characterized by mood ranging between highs of mania to lows of depression. And added to this mood swings, we have behavior patterns that also can undergo significant alteration. And around this, we have also impulsive conduct that plays a pivotal role in the context of bipolar disorder. So here's the question: what is impulsivity? Impulsivity is described as it involves acting on immediate desires, urges, or emotion often without taking into account long-term goals or potential risks. It can manifest in various ways, such as making hasty decisions, engaging in spontaneous behaviors, or having difficulty controlling impulses. And it influences decision-making, relationships, and overall well-being. So, here is the question: how impulsivity can affect affect the bipolar disorder. We know that impulsivity can exacerbate symptoms, which means that it intensifies the severity of mood episodes, but also between the relapses. It can disrupt daily routine, it can hinder individual ability to function normally, and it can also affect his responsibility and day-to-day life, so can be affected. So that means managing impulse conduct is essential in addressing bipolar disorder challenges. It can contribute to improved symptom control, and individuals may enhance their overall well-being. They asked me for treatment for impulsivity. All the answers there, like when we suggest a treatment, they say, doctor, there's a lot of side effects. I need something natural. I heard from a friend that there is herbal treatment that can help. From that, I had the idea to conduct this study. And the aim is, our study is to explore the potential benefits of using herbs for decreasing impulsivity in patients with bipolar disorder. So for the methodology, we conduct a longitudinal and descriptive study for 40 patients with a diagnosis of bipolar disorder according to the DSM-5 criteria. All the patients consent to participate in the study. All the patients were followed for at least 2 years and they were stabilized, which means they have the Hamilton Depression Scale score under or equal to 8 and the Jung Mania Rating Scale score equal or under to 6. And we excluded the patients with mental retardation or dementia. The social, demographic, and clinical data were sought, and we used the Barrett Impulsiveness Scale to evaluate impulsivity, which contains a series of self-report questions and to evaluate various aspects of impulsivity. It includes statements that participants rate on a scale to indicate the degree to which statement applies to them. And of course, the higher score is associated with higher levels of impulsivity. All the participants were put under herbs, which is 1 cup of chamomile per night, and we used the BIS-11 before and after the use of chamomile. Here, I want to just to introduce a bit the chamomile, as it's known as Matricaria chamomilla. It has 2 main types, German and Roman, and its origins trace back to ancient civilization. And it's really known as a wellness products ranging from skincare to aromatherapy. It's also known to have 2 main effects. The main one is known as it aids in relaxation and sleep, but also it's explored for its anti-inflammatory and digestive benefits. So now we come back to our study for our results. The social, demographic, and clinical data, the main age was 38.6 years. The most of our patients were male, and the average duration of bipolar disorder was 12 years. For the BIS-11 score, before the main score was 91, and after the herbal use, the main score was 69. And we have a statistically significance between the 2 main scores with a p significance which is equal to 0.001. So here is why chamomile can help in impulsivity in patients with bipolar disorder. So before understanding this, I want just to explain some of the neurobiological factors of impulsivity in this mental health issue. And from these factors, we know that impulsivity is associated with dysregulation of neurotransmitters such as dopamine and serotonin, which play a crucial role in mood regulation and impulse control. And also, we know that frontal lobes, particularly the prefrontal cortex, are involved in executive function such as impulse control, decision making, and emotional regulation. And we know also that impulsivity also is associated in the literature with some alteration in neural circuits between the striatum, amygdala, and prefrontal cortex. And also, I found that genetic predisposition also related to neurotransmitter function may contribute to individual susceptibility to impulsivity and mood dysregulation at the same time. So here is our question: how now the chamomile can help in impulsivity? So as I said before, chamomile can help in reducing anxiety, and which means that it aids in relaxation and sleep. Research in chamomile's effects on bipolar disorder and impulsivity, unfortunately, they're still limited in the literature, but some findings suggest that its anxiolytic and sedative properties could indirectly contribute to managing impulsivity in individuals with bipolar disorder during manic episodes. For its anxiolytic effects, some studies show how it can modulate the GABAergic neurotransmitter systems, and in chamomile bioactive compounds such as apigenating, it binds to the GABA, which is an inhibitory neurotransmitter that plays a pivotal role in regulating neural excitability. So when it apigenating binds to GABA receptor, it enhances GABAergic transmission and promoting a sense of calmness and relaxation. And by reducing anxiety and emotional arousal, chamomile could potentially mitigate impulsive behaviors. So for its sedative effects, the flavonoids and the terpenoids, they are also two compounds in chamomile. They are believed to modulate serotonin receptor and influence serotonin release. And as we saw before in the neurological interaction, that an improved serotonergic tone is associated with mood stabilization and emotional regulation, which lead to emotional balance and cognitive control. So now we are going to explore the anti-inflammatory digestive benefits and how it can also interact and help to reduce impulsivity in patients with bipolar disorder, because we know neuroinflammation, it has been associated with mood dysregulation and impulsivity, and it can disrupt neurotransmitter balance, impair neural circuits and emotional regulation, and it can also contribute to impulsive behaviors. So chamomile also can indirectly, by reducing the inflammation in the brain, it can help for an optimal functioning of brain regions, and which leads to an emotional control and a better decision making. So here is another question, because I talked a lot about the neurobiology, because I love neurobiology, but is there also other aspects of chamomile that can help to reduce impulsivity? And of course, I think yes, because enhanced sense of control and engagement, because when the patient experiences an enhanced sense of control of his well-being, when a patient is asking for something herbal and is like involved in his therapy, this is really important to have a positive therapeutic alliance between the patient and his healthcare provider, and it can also help him to take his treatment, and of course to control his disease, and to have a sense of control of his well-being. And added to that, also, we don't have to forget the placebo and the positive expectation effect that patients have before using the chamomile, as they heard about it before from their friends, from their colleagues, from their family. So placebo and positive expectation are very important, and also they can lead to the release of endorphins and the neurochemicals associated also with well-being. Also, we don't have to forget about the biopsychosocial benefits, because psychiatry, psychology, the social approach, it's all talking now about a dimensional approach. We don't have to be a categorical approach. Like treating impulsivity has to be an interaction, and it has to be a holistic approach that aligns with patient's desires and being comprehensive for his needs. So, here I wanted just to say that we don't have also to know that it's true that like herbal treatment is important for the patients, but to reduce impulsivity. But unfortunately, it's not really like well established the relationship. So we need and we require more systematic investigation. Also, we have to take care of the interaction with the psychotropic medication and also the patient variation in response. Also, we have to focus on the importance of evidence-based treatment appropriate to this disease. But chamomile could potentially serve as a complementary treatment, should not replace established pharmacological and psychotherapy for bipolar disorder, but it helps the patients. Here to conclude, I want to say that the potential benefits of utilizing herbs as a complementary treatment approach for individuals with bipolar disorder and impulsivity are promoting. Conventional treatment remains the primary avenue for managing this complex condition. The emerging research on certain herbs and their potential impact on impulsive behavior present us a captivating avenue for further exploration, as I said, and it's crucial to approach this potential solution with careful consideration, as rigorous scientific investigation, clinical trials, and comprehensive medical supervision are imperative to ensure both safety and efficacy. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sofiane Benaissa. Thank you for the presentation from the field of psychiatry, which is the first today, and let's hope not the last. Maybe just one question, because we've got a little bit time left. I would like to ask regarding the bipolar disorder, is it on the rise or is it decreasing in Tunisia, or what is the trend, what is the situation now?
Okay. So for the bipolar disorder, as a Mediterranean country, we have bipolar disorder, one of let's say the most mental health issue that we have in Tunisia, more even schizophrenia or personality troubles or substance use disorder. I think the weather is playing sometimes. I think now we are really like facing some troubles with bipolar disorder, and that's why my small research is trying to find some solutions for the treatment or for helping people. So yeah, it's becoming a mental health issue that is increasing these years.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. May I ask you to end your presentation so that we can end your screen presentation, I meant. Thank you very much. Now we are back in Zoom, and yeah, we say hello to Tunisia. And now let's turn to Sampada Korte, who is joining us from India again. And the name of the lecture is The Prevalence and Increase in the Rate of Chronic Heart Failure is increasing at a very high rate. Sampada Korte, thank you for joining us, and the floor is yours. You may start now speaking. Thank you.
Yes. First of all, good evening to all the respected faculties present. Basically, I'm Dr. Sampada Korde, and me and my colleague, Dr. Sneha Naik, we practice Ayurveda, pure Ayurveda in India, in the state Goa. Most of the people must be knowing. So we have an Ayurvedic clinic over there, and we are specializing to managing heart diseases, diabetes, and all the lifestyle disorders, okay, that are increasing in a very high rate today. So basically, this is a case study, okay, Ayurvedic management of CHF, that is chronic heart failure with low EF, low ejection fraction. So am I audible, sir? Yeah.
Yes, you are doing very well. We hear you, we can see everything. We are one big ear for your presentation.
Yeah, okay. So basically, if we go to see what is ejection fraction, so the heart's ejection fraction refers to the amount of percentage of blood pumped out of the heart's left ventricle with each contraction. So basically, ejection fraction, the values are around, if it is more than 70, it is very good. 55 to 70 is the normal function found in with most of the people. Below 55 is till 40 is little low function, and below 40 till like 10, 15, 20% is very, very low, which certainly requires medical attention. Then, what is congestive heart failure? So, congestive heart failure means when your heart is not able to pump enough blood to meet the body's needs. So, the heart is not able to pump enough blood which the body requires. The most common factors for congestive heart failure are shortness of breath and maybe coughing. Swelling is found in the feet, ankles, and legs. Then weight gain because of all the swelling and building of the fluids, and tiredness or fatigue because heart is not able to pump. So let's start with my case study. The case, 64 years male named as Santosh had come to my clinic. He approached on 5th March 2023. The symptoms he had were just occasional chest pain and discomfort, chest heaviness, and grade 2 dyspnea on exertion. He had diabetes since 15 years, hypertension since 1 year, chronic kidney disease from last 1 year. CHF and ISD was detected since 1 year. The investigations which he already had, okay, were 2D echo showed hypokinesis of anterior septum, apical septum, apex, apical segment, and mid-inferior wall hypokinesis. His EF was just 35% with grade 1 mitral trivial regurgitation. Okay. His blood reports showed serum creatinine was 2.6. His HbA1c was 8.6. Fasting was almost 227 and PP was around 404. He even had underwent angiography, which showed triple vessel disease with 90% of blockages around in LAD and RCA. So my diagnosis were CHF, chronic heart failure with ISD, ischemic heart disease, plus also known case of DM, HTN, and chronic kidney disease. If I go to see him with the Ayurvedic methods and ways of diagnosis, the first thing is we check the Prakruti. His Prakruti was Pitta and Vata Pradhan. Dosh Pradhanya during that time were Pitta and Kapha Dushti, and the Dushyas were Rasa, Rakta, and Med, which was mostly found in him. I thought on all of these, and my treatment began. The treatment started with Panchakarma treatment. So the first part in the treatment was Panchakarma. Twice a week, 90-minute sessions were given to him. In total, 14 sessions were given. The first thing in the Panchakarma included was Snehan, that is centripetal oleation with Arjun Siddha oil, which helps in improving the blood supply, blood returning to the heart, and also helps in balancing the doshas, relaxes the body, and it is all Vat Shamak. Then the second thing, this Snehan was almost for 45 to 50 minutes. The second thing was Svedana, which is one of the procedure in Panchakarma, that is Peti Svedan was given, steam bath. I used Dashmul Kada for that. It also helps in inducing sweat, that's excreting lots of salt, water, reducing the turbidity and viscosity of the blood. And in Ayurvedic ways, it is Kapha and Srotorodhar. So the basic aim was balancing the doshas, increasing his Agni, and mainly removing the Sroto Dushti. The second thing then was Basti enema, which was given to him. Basti was given with a 90 ml Arjun Siddha Kwath was used. It helps in improving the ability of heart muscles to contract. It is also Vat Shamak and it is called as Ardha Chikitsa Basti and it is Hriday Balya. The fourth important thing was used was Hriday Dhara, which was done with Dashmulkwat. So the Hriday was being like Dhara was done on the Hriday Marma. It helped in reducing his breathlessness on exertion by improving the blood supply, and it acted as Hridbalya. So this was about the Panchakarma sessions. All the medicines used in even the medicine were Arjun, Punarnava. So basically, we given in powder forms and tablet forms, which included these sets of medicines: Arjun, Punarnava, Gokshur, Varun, Guduchi, Amlaki, Daru, Haridra, Iranda, and Triphala. The basic important thing was it should be Shothagna, it should remove the clade, it also should be Rasayan, plus being Arjun, it should be Hridya, cardiotonic, also Gokshur, Varun, Punarnava to improve his kidney function and being nephroprotective and diuretics. So this was about the medicinal use. Also, Triphala was used, Malashodhan, Ampachan, and Doshashodhan. Okay. Then also important, so two parts we saw, Panchakarma and medicines. The third important part was his ahar. Ahar was strictly maintained with low calorie, low carbohydrate, moderate fat and protein, with high 50,000 almost ORAC value, high protein, low sodium, and anti-inflammatory food. If you go to see according to Ayurveda, Lagu and Ruksha Ahar, Langan was advised to him some important facts like eating only when you're hungry, drink only when you're thirsty, and also following all the Ayurvedic diet principles. Ashtav mentioned in Ashtavidhi Ahar. Then also he was told strictly to avoid kleda yukta ahar, like lots of bananas, or pitta prakopak ahar, like lots of oily fried, or guru ahar, like lots of bread or uncooked food. He was told to avoid it. Vihar, obviously, he was told to follow the Ayurvedic dinacharya and rutucharya, which is already mentioned in our text. For examples, getting early Brahme Murte Uttishte, then doing Danta Dhavan, then doing Kaval, Gandush, exercise, the very important part. Also, Snehan at home by himself, applying oil to his body and then doing basic exercises. Exercises included daily yogasana 30 to 45 minutes. Pranayam was focused on Anulom Vilom, Brahmari, and deep breathing. Meditation, Tratak, and Dhyan at least for 5 to 10 minutes. And daily positive affirmations like, yes, I can do it, I will get well soon, I want to do. Walking daily for 30 minutes. Allopathic medicines, he was already on some blood thinners, Telma for his blood pressure, metformin, Lasix, and statins. After 60 days of treatment, only his ecosprin was continued. His Telma, metformin, Lasix, Rosuvax, everything was stopped. The results I will show you in the next slide. So only within 2 months, after 2 months of treatment, symptomatically, patient was feeling fresh, active, very energetic. He was very positive. No, doctor, yes, I can do it. I am feeling very good. I am feeling normal. He was following Dinacharya, Rutucharya very perfectly with a new vision. No dyspnea on exertion, no chest heaviness, and all other previous symptoms were gone. Now, parametric. Parametrically, his weight had reduced by almost 3 kgs. Also, his abdominal girth had reduced. Blood pressure, this blood pressure on every follow-up we took, and it was around 120, 70, 120, 80. His pulse, which was very high during when he came, around 90, 100, 110, it was reduced to being 70. His SpO2 also had increased to 98. The important thing is his important blood investigation. His GFR, which was on 3rd November 2022, was 57. He came to me in March. Then, after the treatment, it had a significant increase to 67. Blood urea had decreased from 38 to 34. Creatinine, importantly, from 2.6 to 1.2. Uric acid also reduced. Cholesterol, importantly, from 220 to 110. That's a very significant decrease even after stopping his statins and on our Ayurvedic medicines. Importantly, his HbA1c from 8.6 to 7. PP, which was 404 to 135. So every factor has had changed drastically. Also importantly, his 2D EPO reports. Most of the faculty around believes chronic heart failure or the EF cannot be increased. They mostly give blood thinners or something to subside the pain. But with Ayurvedic medicines, treatments, Panchakarma, Sharir Shuddhi, Panchakarma, all this can be possible. After his therapies, the ventricle was non-hypertrophied, non-dilated. Only minimum distal septum hypokinesis were present, and EF from 35% has increased to 60%, which is perfectly normal. Other cavities normal, valves normal, and all the grade 1 regurgitation had decreased to only mild mitral regurgitation. So these were like fabulous reports about him. Now, if I go to discuss how this happened, so basic important thing is samprapti should be, we need to search and study. So Dipan Pachan of doshas was done, Vat Anuloman and Vata Shaman, Dhatvagni Vardhan to reduce the kledas, and Pitta Shaman reducing the stress, physical as well as mental, reducing the fluid overload, improving his blood circulation, and good glycemic controls were some of the factors I stressed on. So the conclusion is within 60 days of treatment, Ayurvedic management using Panchakarma, proper diet, exercise certainly helps improving the blood supply, function, and the capacity of the heart. Not only heart, but diabetes, hypertension, and all such diseases can be very well maintained. Creatinine levels were also back to normal. GFR is increased. Also, chances of survival and the quality of life has increased of the patient. So that's it. I believe you could learn something. Thank you very much. If any questions are welcome. I hope I was audible. I was traveling back home from my OPD, just got late, so I started the presentation in my car itself. Sorry for the inconvenience.
And it's not an inconvenience at all. I was wondering what space you are using, if it is your lab or if it, but it's your car, obviously. Thank you very much, Ms. Sampadakardi, for all the necessary work that you do and the presentation that you shared with us. It was very valuable and we were honored to have you here. Thank you very much. As for questions, I think your topic is quite a specialized one, so I can't see any questions from our viewers, but you can enjoy now your evening, which was a little bit interrupted by us. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. So I will urge all the viewers and the participants to surely go for Ayurveda and try all the therapies and concepts which are very, very subtle and very good. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you also for your recommendation.
Thank
Bye.
you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the last presenter. This was Sampadakardi was the last presenter of this round. Now on the schedule is a coffee break, which will take place between 4:30 till 5 o'clock. And then we will be back with the presentation. At 5 o'clock, we will be back with the presentation of Mr. Lothar Pick, who will be joining us from Germany. And his presentation will be a proposal to create peace in the world through ancient Vedic sciences, Ayurveda, Yoga, and Yagya, from philosophy to science. So we'll be looking forward to it. And in the meantime, you can enjoy the coffee break. I will be looking forward to welcome you back to Hall 3 of this World Health Congress 2023 at 5 o'clock. So bye for now. Dear ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to 2023 World Health Congress in Prague. Let me welcome you at the last round, the last session of this day, and we can move on directly to the presentation of Mr. Lothar Pirk, who is joining us from Germany with his presentation, which is called Proposal to Create Peace in the World Through Ancient Vedic Sciences, Ayurveda, Yoga, and Yagya, from Philosophy to Silence. Mr. Pirk, the floor is yours. Please start with your presentation. Mr. Pirk, we can't hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, now we hear you.
Hello, welcome everybody today. Good afternoon to Prague. And it's a great joy and honor for me to be connected to you all today. The topic already was presented, so I'll just move on. This is a picture of my Maharishi Ayurveda Health Center in Bad Ems, Germany, which was founded more than 30 years ago. And we have treated here more than 30,000 people with Panchakarma. The clinic has about 90 staff. It's a state-recognized hospital for Ayurveda. And we have witnessed tremendous curative benefits. So I'm very grateful to Ayurveda and to the Vedic tradition of India for this beautiful knowledge. This is a picture of my teacher, Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, who taught me and who inspired me to start the clinic. And he is a great master of the Vedic sciences. And this is giving you now an overview about the different treatment modalities here. You can see here the level of the physiology in society, and we go deeper into creation, individual physiology. Then below that are the levels of the organisms, the systems, the organs, the tissues, the cells, the proteins. We are always going deeper into creation. Finally, RNA and DNA. And below DNA, we know from quantum physics the unified field of all the laws of nature. We see here the main forces in physics, the electromagnetic field, the strong and weak interaction, and gravitation. And they have their common basis at what is called a unified field. It is operating from a level to the 10 to the minus 33 centimeters or 10 to the minus 43 seconds. And this level of life brings everything in creation from itself. And we know this also from the ancient Vedic science as the field of Atma. Atma is the inner self. And we can reach that in the experience of transcendental meditation through the easy technique and scientifically validated technique of transcendental meditation. And Atma is unmanifest. It is the knower of all creation. It is eternal, universal, and indestructible, as described in Charaka Samhita, and it's bliss in its own nature. And all beings want to live in happiness and in comfort, and to live in accord with natural law is giving us this experience. And there is no happiness, it says in the ancient scriptures, without following Dharma. That means our natural duty. Now, the topic of today's presentation is related to the collective health. When we have wars in different parts of the world, when we have crime, when we have terrorism, that means nature has come out of balance. And I have been looking deeply into the ancient Vedic scriptures like Charaka Samhita, where it actually is described how wars happen. It's a part of Ayurveda. It says here, when the Dharma, the natural duty, is not lived anymore by the people, then the collective consciousness declines, and the rulers do not follow the righteous path. And the basis of this, according to Ayurveda, is pragya parat, that means the mistaken intellect, where we identify with the outer world and not the inner world. And through this decline, the seasons come out of balance, the earth and the water get polluted, the drugs are not so effective anymore, and from that results collective suffering and destruction. We have here another quote from Charaka Samhita, where it says the violation of natural law is at the root of wars. And because of increased greed, anger, and ego, some people may start fighting amongst themselves with killer intentions, or start a fight with the enemy, or the enemy attack them. So this is all contained in the Ayurvedic ancient scriptures. Now, when we continue, just a moment, the solution for that is found in another Vedic science, so to say, a brother of Ayurveda, and that is yoga. Yoga means the unification of the individual life with the cosmic life. And that is experienced through the transcendental consciousness, where we experience samadhi, inner bliss consciousness. And when we look at the ancient scriptures of Patanjali's Yoga Sutras, it says right in the beginning, yoga is a transcending of the activity of the mind. It is defined as yoga chitti vritti nirodha. That means when all the impulses of activity of the mind have come to a standstill, when we experience samadhi, the unbounded inner consciousness, bliss consciousness, that is yoga. Then the observer remains established in his own natures. So it's a self-referral state of consciousness. And we know that from ahimsa, established in non-violence, enmity in the environment is neutralized. Atma is alone. It's a state of the simplest form of awareness. And they say it's the only thing worth seeing, hearing, contemplating, and realizing our inner self, the Atma. Now, how difficult is that yoga? With the technique of transcendental meditation, it's very naturally, it's to experience, it's easy to learn, effortless to practice, and it's described in the ancient Vedic texts as the fourth major state of consciousness, which is a state of deep, restful alertness. And there are hundreds of scientific studies. Just show you here some measurements of the brainwave activities. What happens that during transcendental meditation, as the mind is settling down, the body is getting a very profound level of rest, much deeper than during sleep. And the different parts of the brain, they begin to function in an orderly, coherent wave functioning. All the different parts of the brain are connected. And here in the left bar, you see a group of meditators who have just learned 2 weeks ago. And then in the middle, you see here a group that has been meditating for 4 months. And you see already much more coherence. You see one point here on the screen when about 95% of the brainwave activities shows the same frequency, like here the alpha waves, which stand for restful alertness. And then in the right bar, you see a group that has been meditating for 2 years. And you can really see how the potential, the utilization of the brain, of our creativity, of our consciousness is increasing. Now, physiological peace is gained through the calmer style of the physiological functioning, like the heart rate is going down, skin resistance is going up, plasma lactate is going down, the respiration is going down, showing a very deep rest, much deeper than during deep sleep. And there's also physiological rest as indicated by this study. This study was done by the biggest health insurance company in the United States. And they have compared 2,000 practitioners of transcendental meditation with 500,000 other members. And they have seen in all areas of the diseases, the costs went down in average by 50%. There is an increase in anxiety. This is a meta-analysis of 146 studies, which shows that transcendental meditation is much more effective to reduce fear and anxiety as other forms of meditation. And I would like to invite all of you to look at the collected papers of scientific research. There are about 650 studies conducted in over 300 independent universities and research institutions in more than 30 countries. Now we talk about the structure of collective consciousness. So we have the individual consciousness, from that comes the family consciousness, the city consciousness, the state consciousness, the national consciousness, and the world consciousness. And when we have wars like now in the world, that means the collective consciousness is ill. And when many people start to experience this inner unbounded yoga, unification, and bliss, then these waves of peace for the unified field, which is connecting everything in creation, is spreading throughout the world. And there have been many studies that in cities where 1% of the people practice TM, that the crime rate is going down. We have done experiments with 8,000 advanced meditators that in one place on earth, even the war intensity in Lebanon went down. The crime rate in Washington, D.C., we had at this experiment over 8 weeks, we had 4,000 people, and you see as the number of the participants increased, the crime rate went down up to 23%. There have been conferences in Iowa, United States, in The Hague, and in Washington. They all show when 10,000 people meditate together in one place, that the crime rate and all the negative trends in society go down. And this is a very recent study. It was just published in the World Journal of Social Sciences, and it went over a period of 16 years. And here you can see when we had on the blue line in America, a group that was sufficient to create this coherence effect for the United States, that all the negative trends like murder, rape, assault, robbery, infant mortality, drug deaths, vehicle fatalities, all those negative trends went down. And when the group could not be maintained financially, then you see all the negative trends were rising again. We are building groups now in India and in different parts of the world. We are trying to build these groups to wash away the stress from the world consciousness. Also in Nepal, we have many school projects around the world. Even in some countries, the military is practicing transcendental meditation. And there is a global union of scientists for peace, which has conducted over 53 studies. 35 of them are peer-reviewed studies that show in a very impressive way that terrorism and war can be eliminated really within a few months. And what the world needs now is a big group of about 10,000 people who are doing the advanced programs, or just 8 million people who do just a simple transcendental meditation twice a day for 20 minutes. So it's a scientifically proven program, and our goal is expressed in the Vedic literature as Vasudeva Kutumbakam. The whole world is my family. I know I had only little time to talk about something so unusual, so I would like to invite you to visit the websites tm.org or the Global Union of Scientists, GUSP.org, or the Vedic Pandits, the scholars in India who have that profession to recite the Vedas and to create peace in the world. Thank you very much, and namaste, and I hope we still have a minute for questions. Is that okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Lothar Pirk from Germany. Thank you for showing us and sharing with us a different take of Ayurveda practices, not only the medical one for diseases, but also for the health of the whole world, the mental health especially. Thank you for that. Let me ask other participants if they have any questions. I can't see any questions from our viewers and listeners. I think they were so taken away by your presentation and with the data you presented that they forgot to ask completely.
Okay, so you will find my website when you Google my name. You can go to my website and send any questions. If you would like to help to create such a group or have any ideas how to implement it in a big way. And it was my great joy and honor to speak to you today. I couldn't be there in person, maybe next year. And I wish the Congress good success. And I congratulate all the organizers and all those who helped to create this wonderful event in Prague. Namaste. Bye-bye.
One more thanks to you, and namaste to you. Thank you very much. And now let's proceed to another presentation. And the presentation will be given by Ms. Alex Naginsky. And she's joining us from United Kingdom, and the name of her presentation is Urgency of Integrating Mental Health in Clinical Practice. Ms. Naginsky, the floor is yours. Please, you may start with your presentation. Just switch on your microphone, please. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and hello to everyone. As said, I'll be talking about a research project that myself and Dr. Bhattacharya have been completing on the topic of needing to use Ayurveda in clinical settings, specifically in the setting of psychology. So Ayurveda is a science that emphasizes the importance of balancing the mind, body, and spirit in order to achieve optimal well-being. However, this type of practice does not find itself within the walls of hospitals, but only for those who seek it. And only those who seek it have access to it in the USA. So considering patients are turning towards traditional medicine in the USA, because we've seen an influx and an increase in its interest in patients, where do practitioners stand, those of Ayurveda in the USA, and what are they legally allowed to practice? And so those are the types of questions that we couldn't really find answers to. With the current findings in medical research, modern scientists have begun to identify and comprehend the components of the multifaceted link between the psyche and physical health. However, this is obviously not new for Ayurveda, who has practiced and treated patients' mind and body together for many, many years. One example is a link between those who have autism spectrum disorder and symptoms of gastrointestinal issues. In modern science, in modern psychology, we have started to understand this link, obviously not new in Ayurveda. So understanding that one is unbalanced when the psyche is unwell and the physical is unwell is, as I said, something we could learn from Ayurveda. And so how much more could we actually learn from this traditional medicine, and how could we integrate it in the world of psychology? This is obviously not to discredit or forget about past research that has highlighted the effectiveness of Ayurvedic treatments for many psychological disorders, such as ADHD and PTSD. For example, yoga has been an example of great interest for scientists, and its benefits has repeatedly demonstrated to be of great use within the realm of psychology treatments. So why have we limited the research publication in Western journals to the specifics of homeopathic medicine and only its treatments? Why have we not learned more about its practitioners? And so how can we promote the integration of teaching within modern psychology? So that being said, our study opened in July of 2021 and was composed of 10 semi-open questions, and it focused on questions through the eyes of practitioners. We had a total of 137 participants, of which 121 saw patients with mental health disorders. We asked many questions about treatments, legal guidelines, and conditions being seen. And so, as you can probably see on the bottom left here, we had significant trends in the types of patients that were being seen in our original survey, such as cancer, elderly patients, pregnant individuals. And so we wanted to further kind of understand the specifics of psychology. All the data was then analyzed using Python. On the right here, you have the first page that participants would see when first starting the survey, which was just the guideline of what the survey was going to be about. So here we have the descriptive results of our data. The conditions being seen were reported to be very broad, with some seeing patients with ASD, autism spectrum disorder, some treating substance abuse, and others treating disorders that did not exist in modern medicine, such as Ummada. Please excuse my pronunciation of all Ayurvedic terms. But you may notice the mention of certain diagnoses that are not at first psychological, but we considered them to have psychological value due to the link between the physical and the psyche, such as, for example, headaches and migraines, which are known to be in patients of PTSD. We also included, I think, chronic pain, and then cancers as well, which Dr. Bhattacharya considered to have a very large psychological value for patients. So that being said, obviously, then you could often argue that all disorders are therefore psychological because there is a link, but we had to obviously, break it down. Then here we used years of experience because obviously some practitioners are born into Ayurvedic families and therefore learn from a very young age. But as you can see, we have a majority of practitioners that have been practicing for more than 10 years. Then going on to the treatments, practitioners all used a variety of treatment methods in their practices, with 41.7% using Marma therapy, 61.7% using Virachana, which is very interesting because, as I briefly mentioned, the brain-gut axis, which is a new finding for modern psychology in children, is when there's an altered microbiome, which holds a crucial role in the toxins present in the gut of the child, and therefore increasing their chances of developing ASD. This has been understood to be a gross symptom of ASD patients, and therefore, how could we use Ayurvedic treatments to lower the symptoms of children with ASD? Moreover, more recently, a group of scientists from Helsinki University have found that a specific strain of bacteria is more likely to cause Parkinson's disease. Once again, how can we use this treatment to aid neurodevelopmental disorders? Both of these examples are what we call somatic symptoms within the psychological world. This demonstrates the need for the mind and the body to connect, to be treated as one within psychological patients. And this is still a concept being developed within modern medicine, which has been separate for decades. 97.5% use dinacharya. This is once again a very strong find. In modern psychology, the use of diets, routines, and other lifestyle modifications have become a very favorable manner to lower symptoms for those with particular disorders. And also the kind of trendy, balanced life that a lot of people desire is all about keeping a routine. This method of dinacharya is heavily used in modern medicine, but under a different term. And so we need to learn more from what dinacharya actually is and stop using terms that are too broad. Then if we look at the sense of legal protection, this was in order to understand the current, for practitioners, what did they actually understand about their knowledge around the Health Freedom Act? And this revealed two very interesting finds. The first is with regard to telemedicine. So individuals did not feel as if their medical practice was compromised. And 100% of practitioners felt legally protected in the USA, yet only around 20% compromised how they're diagnosed and treated their patients. But that being said, 47.1% of respondents seeing mental health patients knew actually of the Freedom Acts within their state, which means that only less than half actually understood the standing of their legal rights when practicing. So one can wonder if these participants could regain access to their full practice potential if they knew the laws of their state, or whether this compromise is due to the current laws that their practices are located in. Also, this whole subject about legal practice of Ayurveda in the US is sparked numerous critiques due to the difference in diplomas what are they actually allowed to administer with drugs, treatments, etc., due to the fact that there's a lot of regulation around that in modern medicine. Also, ethically, there's a huge issue with regard to the scrutinization of this act due to the fact that practitioners are still practicing with their full potential, a lot of them, even though they may not legally be allowed to. Oh, sorry. Finally, these are our final findings. So the health professional trainings really was kind of all over the place for Ayurvedic practitioners when it comes to their modern diplomas. And as we can see here, more than 50% of practitioners seeing mental health patients have Ayurvedic training alone, which means that they feel comfortable enough with their training to see psychological patients. And what does that really say about psychology then? How would we then integrate individuals in the psychological domain when their diplomas are not equal, or not equal in the American sense, obviously, not scrutinizing any diplomas. Also, we included the mind-body energy therapies, non-mind-centered training here, 21.5%. And so with that being said, we need to find collaborative treatment plans in order to move and innovate medicine forward, in order to integrate psychological and medical domains together. So the research findings suggest that Ayurveda has a great potential in promoting mental health and well-being. And by incorporating this in Asian practice into modern psychology, we can offer patients a more holistic approach to treatments, but also promotes a faster recovery to certain disorders. Furthermore, the implications of our research extend beyond just mental health. Ayurveda offers a unique perspective to the mind-body connection, which could have significant implications to other areas of healthcare as well. There are many limitations to the integration of traditional medicine, however, such as the standardization of research diplomas, the lack of research and practitioners to understand their perspective for the future steps to take forward. And then finally, the fact that some studies focus only on treatments such as yoga, meditation, and that needs to be expanded to help integrate practitioners into mainstream medicine. At the bottom here, I also added a few future questions or research that could maybe spark further integration. But that is all. Thank you so much. These are my references that I used with Dr. Bhattacharya for our introduction and throughout our research project.
Many, many thanks to Alex Naginsky. And actually, Dr. Baswati Bhattacharya is just one level below. She's presenting and she's on the board just downstairs. So it was great to have you both here and to be able to, to hear you both and see that you cooperate. So it's great. Thank you very much to United Kingdom, Ms. Alex Naginsky. And for our next presenter, let me welcome Ms. Sarah Lascano, energy medicine expert, mind-body healer. She is going to join us from the United States with a lecture, Digital Energy Medicine, an integrative and innovative approach to healing treatment-resistant chronic illnesses. So, Sarah Lascano, if you are ready to talk, please switch on your microphone and we'll be happy to hear your presentation.
Thank you. Can you see my video fine?
We can see you and we can hear you.
Lovely. Let me share my screen. Right, welcome. I'd like to take a moment to thank the conference organizers for this beautiful event, informative, and it is an honor to speak with you today. Treatment-resistant patients experience significant hopelessness and despair when they are unable to find next steps. And some of them, many, possess a determination to find solutions that can help them. Energy therapy provides a wonderful means of helping these patients, and I'm excited to speak with you today about an innovative way to deliver this healing, digital energy medicine, for this patient population. I'm Sarah Lascano. I'm the founder of Rayzen Energy. I'm a master biofield therapist and an energy medicine practitioner. I specialize in helping people when nothing else is working. My patients typically come to me when they have tried many, many different healing modalities, both allopathic or Western and traditional, and they are still stuck. My work typically helps them, as we will talk about in a moment, by strengthening their energy from the ground up so that these therapies can work and they can find healing. Today, I'm going to briefly cover the principles of energy medicine. I'm going to define digital energy therapy, what it is, and discuss some opportunities for its use in clinical practice. Our body functions on biofields. We know this. We measure the biofields of the heart with EKGs, of the brain with EEGs. We measure the energy flowing through the nervous system with nerve conduction studies. We are aware of the energy flowing through the meridians of the body that acupuncture and acupressure and other traditional healing modalities use. Our emotions and our thoughts also have energy that affect the body. These energies can be manipulated for healing with energy therapies, a variety of different types. But the body stores energy that disrupts its function. Trauma, belief systems, dysfunctional families, adverse childhood events, periods of significant stress from infections, injuries, caregiving of others, dysfunctional situations at work, any type of unresolved stress that is too much for the system to cope with can become stored in the body. What this does is create significant energy blocks that then derail the body's natural healing ability. It's almost as if it has been disconnected or corrupted. Energy therapies can lift these off. There is tremendous research proving this mind to body and body to mind connection. And the fact that these energies get stored and then lead to chronic health issues later in life. But we can free this stored energy and we can heal the body by removing these disruptions. Energy therapy is proven in the medical literature. There is plenty of literature supporting its use, both in person and distance healing. Today, I'd like to introduce a new vehicle for use of energy therapy, digital. Now, energy therapy is the perfect complement to medical care of all kinds. It does not compete or interfere with any other therapies. It is not a replacement for medical care, although it can serve as healing on its own. But here I speak of digital therapy as a complement to other forms of care, whether it is medical, herbal, even energetic, any sort, or even therapy. Working with removing the mind-body blocks that exist in the system, in the body, leads to very quick results by, again, strengthening the body from its foundation up. Now, what exactly is digital energy medicine? Digital energy does affect the biology of organisms. There are experiments that show that a recording of an energy source exerted on a system has the same biological response as the live energy source. There are experiments that show this. Dr. Emoto's work, Lynn McTaggart expands upon a lot of the quantum physics behind this in the field. There are experiments that show that a recording, even over a telephone or played from a digital recording, exerts the same effect at the cellular level, even on the biological system. And that is the premise behind digital energy therapy. This is a recorded energy therapy session These particular ones that I use in my practice are clinically focused. This is not generalized. This is very therapeutically and clinically focused. They address a specific theme, such as boosting the immune system, balancing the microbiome, helping process certain forms of emotion, anger, or negative self-talk, decreasing anxiety. There is an extensive library of these sessions. The patient listens to these audio sessions and they receive energy therapy as they are listening that address both the body, the mind, and the spirit, all parts of the body. The results are immediate and can be very clinically significant. I'd like to talk through some standard results that people see. In one instance, a child listening to these sessions before bed for less than a week resolved his night terrors. A tick-borne illness in a pet. This pet had severe neurological dysfunction from a tick-borne illness and was not responsive to antibiotic therapy. They were discussing euthanasia, and while they were waiting to see a tick-borne specialist, they listened to the immune repair session. In just 3 listens, the dog's behavior completely changed and he started recovering. They actually never needed to pursue the specialist, and the dog has since recovered. That is a profound example because a human with those symptoms would immediately be hospitalized and worked up. So it was a wonderful opportunity to see the potential of this therapy. People report improved energy levels, less fatigue, lower anxiety across the board. So in anxiety disorders, in health anxiety, when someone has received a troubling diagnosis, also when people are going through cancer treatment, and even in palliative care, this technology is amazing at reducing anxiety levels and improving quality of life. Improving sleep, patients use this technology before they go to sleep, or even during the night when they wake and cannot get back to sleep. They report sleeping longer, sleeping better, and not waking or being able to get back to sleep when they do wake easier. So improved sleep quality. Improved appetite during chemotherapy has been noted with this technology. A chemotherapy patient who was unable to eat and was actually not able to function because of fatigue, after 30 minutes after listening, was able to eat and do some functional, normal everyday function. So definitely improving quality of life in this patient population. Quicker recovery from common infections has been noted, the common cold, flu, COVID, as well as gastrointestinal upset. Patients report this, especially after listening to an infection-oriented session, and they feel that these are key in helping them recover quickly. Also, less food cravings has been noted. So patients who are trying to follow a prescribed dietary protocol have noted less cravings and better ability to adhere to their treatment plan. Now, this technology is also in use in an addiction recovery center in a group setting. So these patients are noticing improved resilience, decreased anxiety, and just feeling better about their possible outcome of being able to regain control of their lives. Again, this is an early recovery peer support group where this technology is being used. Talk briefly about methods for clinical use. We just described the group setting where in an addiction recovery center, a group convenes and the session is played for the group in a group setting. Another method of being able to use this is as a self-help tool for patients. So if patients need or desire some tool to help them address symptomology, they can use this technology in between sessions or as an adjunct to empower their health. Just having the power to access something that helps people feel better, calms their nervous system, gets them into a parasympathetic mode is invaluable to them, and they really respond well to being able to have something to use. Even in the middle of the night, this technology is available 24/7. So it's a very handy resource for patients. And then as I use this in my own practice as a prescriptive tool for an adjunct to other therapies. So when a patient is not responding to treatment, when they're having trouble tolerating treatment, when there is an evidence of a very obvious mind-body connection to their illness, and I agree with the last presenter in terms of cancer, bowel disease, and certain diseases have a very strong mind-body connection. These tools are amazing. And they can be used to manage symptoms in between appointments with practitioners or as an adjunct, as a prescriptive. So the doctor could tell their patient to focus on these particular areas in between if they know that that is a common cause of their dysfunction. It is worth noting that these sessions can be customized to unique patient populations. So already there are sessions that have been created for the cancer population, as well as the addiction recovery population. Other sessions could be created, such as the pelvic pain community, accident and injury recovery, and other unique mind-body connection needs that could exist in unique populations. This is something that is not that difficult to do. The benefits of digital energy therapy are vast. First, there is no outside referral needed. This is a tool that a practitioner or healthcare provider can use in their practice without having to refer outside. This is a self-help resource that can empower patients and give them something to help them feel better when they need it. It is available 24/7, as we discussed. It is accessible from any electronic device. It does not require travel. It does not require talking to someone about stress or physical symptoms. There is not extensive training needed to learn how to prescribe and use these in a healing practice. There are no side effects or interactions. So if a practitioner prescribes therapies, even medication, anything, this does not interfere with that in any way. And probably the biggest potential and exciting benefit is that it's accessible. It's low cost, it's easy to access, and it could help populations that have not been able to access energy therapy be able to benefit from it. And this is especially true that we are seeing in the early addiction recovery community. These folks do not have the resources for one-on-one sessions or seeking out complementary or integrative care. So this is an exciting method for populations that may not have been able to access this type of healing to receive its benefits. To summarize, digital energy therapy delivers expert mind-body energy therapy as an adjunct to care at low cost, with no additional appointment time and without significant training on the part of healthcare providers. It's an innovative and effective way to address the mind and the body interplay as part of medical care, especially for diseases where this plays a big, large role. And at the bottom, at the end of the day, it really helps boost patient outcomes. Thank you.
Many, many thanks to Sarah Lascano, to United States. It's amazing to see the ancient Ayurvedic technique and proceed later into the modern research and data that can be all combined for the profit of the people. Thank you very much for that. And now, because we are nearing the end of this afternoon or early evening session, there was supposed to be Miss Charlotta Martinus on the schedule. Since we could not connect with her due to her illness, so we wish her a very soon and good recovery. And instead of her, we've got Madam Vedacharai Dhanada Kulkari, And the name of the lecture is Integrative Medicine as a Bridge, Harnessing the Strengths of Ayurvedic Medicine and Indian Culture to Transform Future Healthcare. So Madam Bhattacharya Kulkari, if you can switch on your microphone, the floor is yours. We are one big ear.
Thank you for having me. This is a wonderful session, and I would like to start sharing about. I kind of got into two separate presentation. So I would like to start with the Dhanvantari prayer, which is Ayurveda. And of course, my topic for today is to how Ayurveda, modern medicine, and integrative medicine bridging together and making progress for today's world. And what are the needs for that? Why we would like to progress as bringing the hands together from all kinds of medicines for the benefit of humankind. And the most ancient medicine of Ayurveda, medicine is Ayurveda medicine, which is not made from any mankind. It is called Apaurushaya, which is beyond the conscious, and it has been given as a gift to the mankind through the divine consciousness. So before I go into, I would like to get us started with a small prayer healing. Namami Dhanvantarimadhidevam Surasurairvanditapadapadmam Loke Jararubhayamrutyunashanam Dataramisham Vividaushadhinam Shri Dhanvantaraye Namaha. So just now what I did is grounding myself, conscious of my connect to the mind, body, and resonating all this into what I'm going to talk today. I would like to start with a short history for all of you. In 2000 BC, if a patient goes to a doctor, says, I have earache, he says, here, eat the root. 1000 BC, the root becomes hidden, prayer starts. And the prayers become superstitions later, the potion starts. And the potions becomes the pills becomes ineffective, and they become antibiotic, and the antibiotic now becoming artificial. And that's why in today's scenario, we always going, here, eat this root. Are we not going back to bridging the interaction between diet, lifestyle, what we are marching towards the same goal as we started before for a humankind, to go back to the nature. And what would be the best example than Ayurveda or the natural medicine? What is Ayurveda? All of you, those who do not know or those who already know, Ayu has two words. Ayu is from birth to death, the continuous running life is called Ayu. And the body and the soul integration is called Ayu. And the science, the Veda, is a science of life. So origin of Ayurveda is a small this history. If anybody has time, they can go. It's beautiful video about integration of Ayurveda as an integrated science, which talks about diet and herbs, which talks about yoga, bringing, which talks about meditation. And the history goes on and on, with including social health, individual health, environmental health, familial health, even economical health. If you are better, your insurance is better, and that is making your pockets economically healthy for that country. So now we are making sense, going holistic way than just embracing one way towards the medicine. And that is my goal today, to present you what are more modalities and how this has become a modern world medicine for this. Today's pandemic crisis, we all know, as per the WHO, the virus killed, and we are becoming post-pandemic. We're still not yet there, but the outbreak given us a big hands on experience that a simple virus
can kill so many lives. And that is because what we are doing is we are not really taking care of the nature ourselves the way we needed to take. If you just take a look of death rate happened last over 3 years, I would like to make an attempt to tell you that geographically and also with the studies shown, they are underlying causes which were all lifestyle disorders. If you could have the conditions like cardiovascular, diabetes, respiratory, hypertension, and you are going through the corona or other viruses, you're looking to be at the higher risk. And that would trigger what is we are tying the dying rate of every country. What we know today as we go into the integration, bridging this science is to improve your immunity. Not only that plays your pivotal role to combining like a COVID-like symptoms, but also in any upcoming abilities of immune system to depriving, which is more viruses, and that is a time armor. What we do for that, what Ayurveda brings is we bring a prevention, we bring lifestyle correction, we bring behavioral attitude, we bring drugs like psychedelic drugs, we have herbs that makes a beautiful effort into alteration of your genome types. We have a panchakarma, which is a shaman and shodhan chikitsa. We have palliative and cleansing systems. And on the top of that, what we have, I would like to embrace today, is a rasayana. Rasayana is your potent herb that works as a catalyst in the system of human body and has been given to humankind in Ayurveda for last 15, 20 decades, which more than today we need to embrace, and we need to find that integration. So what is Rasayan is basically anti-aging, strengthening, promoting longevity and intelligence, curative measures of the diseases to bring back for the improve overall your immune system, can be lead to better lifestyle, can be bridging to the culture, can be bridging towards not only the aim to live for healthy, but more longevity with the younger attitude. And that you can see Ayurveda has many of those. Ultimately, this has been given in Ayurveda for centuries, and the purpose of that is to go through the ultimate goal is swastha, which is your making the health. So how does this rasayana herb or the immunomodulatory herbs or the immunomodulatory process of Ayurveda can become the bridge between the modern medicine and Ayurveda traditional medicine for the future technology herb? So we have many potent herbs like that, and we have many potent scientific studies done on this, and they work with this kind of a cycle. So basically the goal swastha needs to be bringing your physical, mental, emotional, psychological, sexual, and all the aspects of realms of humankind. And that is what it is talking through. This is a as a subtle digestion, it makes embrace to go the changes for these rasayana herbs or rasayana therapies to go beyond what we think today. So what has text given us? The ancient text bridged in the ancient culture of India, how from an infant baby to the 100-year-old person to integrate these different types of rasayanas, and they have clearly wrote the herbs. I just enlisted some of these herbs for you from the ancient text called Sharangdhar Samhita. They clearly says that the life 1 to 10 should bring the balya, which is a corpulence, the strength, and these are the herbs of Vacha, and Swarna is a gold metal nanoparticles should be given between that age group. And this is not today, because in Ayurveda it has been given that idam agama siddhatvat Na mimamsa katanchana is a Sanskrit word that they're saying, scientists at that ancient age saying that we have researched this everything for you. Agama siddhatvat, siddha, which means we have tested it for ourselves and made this science available to you, so you don't have to be in the conflict or go back again and again researching it about. Take it as a mantra, take it as a formula and apply it. So if today I have some of the clients that they need the potentiality into their immune system, mental compliance, increasing vitality and enhancing that youth into them, we are using these herbs. I would not like to go all of them. If you would like, I can share the presentation later on with all of you. But there is a big classification according to ancient texts, how, where, what needs to be given, and one of that is very important, as I have circled it, is a good conduct and behavior, and that is called paripurna chikitsa. The modern medicine and integrate Ayurvedic medicine can take these both sciences together, finding this complete rasayan therapy as an integrated approach. It is called as a paripurna rasayan chikitsa. Please let me know when my time is over. I guess I have another 5 minutes to go, hopefully, or we're
You
done.
can go on. You can go on. Please continue.
Thank you so much. So this applied therapy can be applied rasayan therapy can be applied as a lifestyle medicine, and as you could see how simple lifestyle changes prescribed in Indian cultural Ayurvedic traditional medicines can unlock the modern medicine lifestyle disorders, and that there's a very good evidence-based study on that, and there's a lot of paper publications happen. So lifestyle disease as per Ayurveda is nothing but all diseases considered the result of a mithya ahar and vihar. What you do every day to eat, feed your body, and what you take out, and how you behave to yourself with your power of mind, how much you are doing sattva, how much you are using your vital essence, how you are doing with your digestive power, and then coming back to your physical strength. These 4 golden nuggets given as a Vyadik Shamatva, which means the fighting factors of Ayurveda medicine, that shows if you vitiate these kind of symptoms or these kind of factors, that is going to start. First thing, the small symptom starts with the digestion, and then it grows into the disease. So lifestyle disorder needs to be started with your self-care, and self-care is the number one Ayurveda's message to the modern world. As we could see, I have written some dinacharya, which is a daily regimes, and the seasonal regimes, which is very simplified from Ayurveda's classical scriptures. Today we are following with those self-control as a self-nugget after post-pandemic, and they match us so well to the modern medicine that now we say the Ayurvedic literatures and scientific publications are the guidelines for a humankind to go forward into the artificial intelligence and data world. Don't you think so? We are making progress daily on that. There is this one of the very good presentation in ResearchGate I found about the proposed interventions when the outbreak was there. What they did is they asked an Ayurvedic healthy diet, healthy lifestyle, adequate sleep, physical activity, good sensual urges, and rasayanas like Chavanprash, Brahmi, Swarnaprashan, and many more has given as a andrographs and adaptogenic herbs for the people they were going through, and there were people making the progress through these interventions. What is the take-home message from my presentation is all of these rasayanas are enlisted in Ayurveda. Each segment is called Sasranucharini Charya, which is if you go and spend and take your life as per the prescribed in the Ayurvedic scriptures, you would not be falling into the disease category, or you would be as youthful as in Ayurvedic scriptures, they says humankind in this modern time ought to live for 100 years. And if we want to go there, these are the nuggets you want to go. I would quickly run through that. What is a Brahma Muhurta? Is getting up very first in the morning before 1.5 hours of sunrise, and that are these benefits for that. Next is the Urjaska Rasayan, which is how you are cleansing your body. In Ayurveda, we says if you eat 1 apple, you should be pooping 4 apples, and that is this reference for that. So that reduces your aging if you are able to excrete what you have taken as an intake, which helps your senses to run properly, and it has evidence for that. The next is taking care of your eyes every day. Your nose, your tongue, your mind is a sense organs to take for. The nasal drops is Ayurveda's kept secret for keeping any problems, upper respiratory disorders. Going for the teeth and gums, you have different medicated oils, and you could do and help yourself into that. Different types of herbs are given in Ayurveda for the teeth care, cleansing your teeth. Taking a hot water is Ayurveda's best kept secret for hundreds of years, and it is also called as one of the Sarva Vyadhi Hara Chikitsa. If you just take a lukewarm water or a hot temperature water very first in the morning, you're looking to get rid of all these kinds, hemorrhoids, skin disorder, obesity, and it has evidence. And that's why it says Sarva Rogahar, which is called all disease eradicating secret is Ushnapan, which is a hot water intake or a warm water intake. We have herbal smoking in our, which is very popular nowadays with the psychedelic drugs, which is given as a Mana Prasadanakar, which means enhancing your mood according to the season. You use
Madam
different
Kulkari,
herbs. Yes, and we are
I'm
done.
so
We're done
sorry
here.
to interrupt you. We are already some 3 minutes over the time limit,
Thank you so much for having me. Please feel free to connect if there's any questions. I will stop sharing.
we thank you for being with us. We are very happy that we found a replacement time, because otherwise we would lose a very beautiful presentation, and we are happy that we could hear it now and see it now, and we were able to have you here. Thank you one more time very much for all you shared with us. And since this was the last presentation of the afternoons or late or early evening round, actually it was the last presentation of today. So let me thank all the participants, all the listeners and viewers on YouTube all around the world. And let me invite you for tomorrow's program of World Health Congress, which starts at 9:15. Our first presenter will be Dr. Bishnu Prasad Sarma. And you can follow us, or you can watch us on this channel. Let me remind you that there are other 2 channels of this World Health Congress 2023 in Prague. And with this, I say goodbye to you for today. Thank you very much for your kind attention. It was a pleasure to be a host here with all of you, and it was a great honor for me. So I'll be looking forward to seeing you tomorrow. And goodbye and good night for today.